자, 지금 할 게임은 한 사람이라도 범죄를 지으면 큰일 나는 게임이라고 합니다. 뭐 어떻게 끝나는지 모름? 이게 뭐지? 게임엔 음모와 반전이 가득합니다. 콘텐츠를 공유하기 전 스포일러 경고를 통해서 직접 플레이하는 사람들이 저희 게임을 온전히 즐길 수 있도록 배려해줘라. 아, 오케이. 자, 그러면 해볼까? 설정 뭐 할 거 없나? 나 한국어 예. 내 한국어 되게 잘 돼 있다. 아니, 압도적으로 이거 크게 하는 게 낫지 않나? 자막은? 아주 크게 해볼까? 할맛이들 많을 수도 있으니까 할아버지랑. 압도적으로 크게 가자. 자, 해볼게요. 알고 보니 어려운 거 아니야? 3명이서 4년 동안? 와, 근데 스팀 평가 압도적으로 긍정적이야? 멀티 엔딩을 지원한대. 현재 뭐야?
Hey, you're alive.
와, 글씨
When I
크기
dragged
크게
you out
하길
of the river, I
잘했다.
thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone,
아, 나
maybe.
물에 빠졌어?
I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
아, 저요? 체형을 선택하십시오. 아, 여자? 난 여자 할래. 여자의 뭐? 플레이어. 선해.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river?
저요? 왜 강에
What's the last
빠졌냐고요?
thing you remember?
저는요. 뭐야? 고대 요정을 이게 질문에 대답에 따라서 이게 직업이 되네요. 고고학자는 통찰력을 얻기도 한다. 군인, 탄창엔 열발뿌리다. 도망자는 질주 속도가 증가한다. 기억 상실은 맷집이 50% 증가한다. 아니, 뭐로 하지? 아, 잠깐만. 맷집이나 질주랑 고고학자 이 세 개가 좋은 것 같은데? 근데 통찰력보단 맷집이랑 이 달리기가 더 현실성 있지 않으려나? 기억이 잘 안
It
난다.
does look like you took a pretty hard blow to the head.
맷집 가자, 맷집.
You're just lucky you've been given a second chance.
맷집 좋으면은
Which
죽다가도
is
살아나요.
why I feel terrible for what I'm about to say, but I have a favor to ask. There are
뭐요?
some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse.
님은 안 가요?
I would have gone in after him,
예?
but he made me promise to stay here.
아,
No matter
오케이.
what. There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't
내가
mind going
옛날
in there to
심즈
find
그래픽
him.
같다.
If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
질문 좀 해도 될까요?
Of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
사연 좀 듣고 싶은데.
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end
아,
job.
약간
with an
일탈하신
endless
건가요,
commute.
그러면?
Know what I mean?
이름이 뭔데요?
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
뭔데? 아니, 숨기는 이유가 뭐예요?
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
왜 숨긴 거야?
Look, if you really want to know all the tragic details, perhaps I can fill you in after you find Al?
별명 카레였겠다, 카레. 유적들은 뭐 하는 곳인가요?
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought
또
maybe you two
있다고?
knew each other. I guess not.
기억을 잃어서 몰라요
But
저는.
maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here.
왜
In
제가
any
연구를 해야
case,
돼요?
you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
준비가 안 됐지만 그걸 해야 되잖아요. 예.
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind
이걸
you.
안 하면 게임을 꺼야
Please,
되잖아.
hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
뭔데요? 손전등이구나. 마이크인 줄. 순간. 오, 뭐야. 이동하네. 약간 파크라이 같다, 뭔가 툼레이더 이런 거 마냥. 내리고 올리고. 배터리 막 사라진 거 아니겠지? 그냥 가면 되나? 에어? 부드럽다 엄청. 엘씨? 뭐야? 집이 있는데?
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to
어,
an
에리
ancient Roman
남겼다.
city hidden deep underground.
어이구.
Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city."
와! 젠장, 저거 좀 읽어보고 할래 했는데 떨어졌어.
Step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise.
저게 뭐야?
Shall find themselves showered in gold. but
여기
in
뭔가
vain.
비밀이 있나 보다,
For
유적에.
this shall be their final resting place.
에어리세요?
Could an underground city have
아,
remained a secret
동상이구나.
for all this time?
모서리마다 있는.
Could people have survived down there against the odds?
이거 어떤 게임이야 이거?
Seems there's only one way to find out.
뭐야? 고대어 들리는데?
If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other
한
side.
시간에 오지 않으면 어디 있다 생각하라고? 나도 빠졌어 이 새끼야.
Or a warning. Alworth.
여기 약간 목욕하는 곳이었나? 생김새가 그렇네요. 뭘 받길래 검투사 마저 도망치? 이 메두사 있는 거 아니야? 다 굳어버린 거 보니까 그리스 로마 신화 생각나. 옛날에 그리스 로마 신 중에 그런 게 있었어요. 어떤 사람이 있었어. 그리스 로마 신화에 신이 있었어. 근데 그 신이 좀 직급이 낮은 신이었어요. 근데 그 신이 이 딸이 있었어. 존나 예뻤어. 그래가지고 엄청 예쁜 딸인데 그 딸이 어떤 바다의 신인가? 뭐 있어. 걔가 계속 쫓아오는 거예요. 그래서 그 여자가 싫어요. 저는 결혼하기 싫다고 이랬는데 그 남자가 저랑 계속 사시죠. 이러면서 그러다가 그 딸의 이제 어머님인가 아버지가 물의 신인가 그래서 호수의 신인가 그랬어. 그래가지고 딸이 손에 뻗으면서 옆모습 보면서 엄마 저를 어떻게 좀 해주세요 하면서 굳게 한 그런 느낌. 다프네다. 근데 그거는 이제 연못에서 원래 뭐든지 만들 수 있는 거였어. 그 연못의 그 능력이 내 기억에는 좀 기억이 잘 안 나네요. 옛날이라 뭐 비스무리한 게 있습니다. 다프네 부모님이 뭔가 아닌가? 어디서 금을 계속 꺼낼 수 있었는데 다 굳어버려. 황금으로 굳어버렸잖아. 봐봐. 금을 계속 꺼낼 수 있었단 말이야. 아니 말고. 이 공포 게임이냐고요? 아닐걸요? 공포면 내가 안 하지 안 했을 것 같은데. 그거 계속 들린다. 속삭임 구해달라는 건가? 고대 언어라 내가 못 알아듣는 듯? 시체다. 엘인가? 뭐야? 엘이 황금 조각상이 돼버렸네?
Whoever reads this,
아 맞아, 만진 게 다 금인의 능력이었다.
and worse,
헐, 나도 이거 황금
she'll
돼버리는
suffer
거
the
아님?
same fate I did.
아 근데 왼쪽에 뜨는 게 중요한 게 아니긴 하거든요.
Going around in circles,
좀 중간으로 옮겨야
searching
되나?
for a way out.
이렇게
The
가자.
inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options.
자막은 안 옮길게요. 그 채팅.
That godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. I tried. I really tried.
가면 돼?
Whatever I did
어?
took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. Find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
무엇이 있는지 근데 무조건 알아보긴 해야 될 때 처음 보네. 들어가 보자. 내가 뭔가를 풀어가나 봐. 카게 온. 포토모드도 있네요. 왔다. 이게 과거를 향한 문이었고, 과거에서 내가 뭔가를 바꿔야만 황금으로 애들이 안 변하나 보다. 추리해버렸다.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
나? 과거라서 선해로 가면 안 될 것 같은데? 성소요?
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
저요? 미래에서 왔다 하면 안 될 것 같은데? 불화치장.
Oh, is that right? Well,
거짓말.
just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple
뭔데요?
for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
예? 로마 법에 따라라는 건가?
Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific.
죽나보다,
But our
어기면.
magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
룰을 무조건 지켜야 되나 봐. 앞장서시죠.
Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
저 뭐야?
Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out.
20명밖에
But it's
없는
just big
거네.
and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old
나
boy won't be
여잔데?
magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
이거 법을 어기면 황금으로 만들어버리는 건가?
I'd stay clear of it and her,
뭘까?
if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom.
아,
Up on
무기는
your left
무조건?
is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's
이
clinic in the
광장.
Shrine of Apollo. Most of us
치료소.
have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up
들린다.
since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the village.
take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me.
알았어.
Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
아무것도 아닙니다.
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
예.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way.
황금률이
When I was serving
뭘까?
in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws,
어?
and whoever drew the short straw
체육나간다고?
had to be
한
executed
명은?
by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation.
This place has become
That
a
seems like
thoroughfare.
rough justice to you. You're in for a rude shock. Because the golden rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
안녕하세요. 님이 판사인가요?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
선혜요.
A curious name.
별날
Matching
이름이라고요?
curious accent. But I digress. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret
그러니까 이게 한
city
명이라도
deep in the
잘못하면
mountains.
만약 10명이
Many
있다 쳐
hundreds of years
시민이 10명 중에 이제 제비 뽑기를 하는 거지. 근데 그 제비 중에 짧은 제비가 있어. 그럼 그 짧은 제비 뽑은 애를 그냥 죽이는 거야. 잘못이 없어도.
Indeed.
그래서
More
서로가 서로를
importantly,
감시해야 되나?
Consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing.
근데 10분의 1 확률이면
Have you
생각보다
ever witnessed
낮은데?
something so
내가 걸릴 확률이?
extraordinary as a city
도둑질 한 번 하고
without
그
sin?
확률 낮긴 하니까 그 도둑질 한 번쯤은 해보지 않으려나? 범죄가 하나도 없는 도시를 본 적이 있냐고요? 없습니다.
Nor could I
똥꼬 빨아, 똥꼬
until
빨아.
I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person
미쳤나 봐.
commits a sin here, every last one of us will die.
그럼 근데 이렇게
You
되면
see,
저는
the
문제가 생길
builders
거라
of this
생각해요.
place, whoever they were,
왜냐면
left
죄가
inscriptions
다른 사람이 죄를
warning,
지어도
"The
당해도
many shall suffer
묵인할
for
걸
the
자기가
sins
죽을까 봐.
of the one." From what we can gather,
나
breaking
같으면
the law
범죄
here
누가
will
쓰레기를
anger
버렸어.
the
그게
gods
법을 어기는 거야.
and provoke
난
a
안
terrible
본 척 그냥
punishment. Like the curses of Medusa
묵인할
and
것 같은데.
Midas combined,
솔직히 좀
turning us
똑똑했죠,
all
금방.
to gold. We've come to call it the golden.
어? 금이 된다고?
It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up.
뭐 하면
Now
모두가
it
금이 된다
seems
했음?
that day
금방
is
글을
finally
못 봤음.
here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the golden rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you
아, 신이
and I
알면
can
금이
stop them,
된다.
our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have
궁금한 거
questions.
짱 많죠.
Please, ask away.
맞아, 나 라틴어를
You
모르는데.
mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum with power like nowhere else in the Empire. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her. Indeed.
의심 가는 대상이 있나요랑 죄 물어보자.
Do you ever stare at a
물어봐도 될것
problem
같아.
for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation,
새로운 시선으로
the better.
봐라. 진심 말해주시죠?
All right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics.
영화
No
보는 것 같아,
theft,
또.
no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone,
언행아, 안녕하세요.
blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for
생각보다
centuries.
스토리라인이 존나 탄탄하겠다 보니까. 그쵸? 근데 좋은 생각인지 모르겠네요. 법이 언제나 도덕적인 건 아니니까요. 그리고 당신들의 법과 간섭은 내가 한 것을 야만적이라 여겨지거든요. 할 말은 한다, 냉카콜라.
Barbaric. What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne
800년이면은
great statesmen,
내가 세운
philosophers,
나라에서도 정치인,
poets,
철학자, 시인, 예술가 다
artists,
나올
and
텐데.
engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified
너무
countless warring tribes
대단하다고
all
여기는
across the
그게 있긴 하네.
Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations. And when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate.
오,
Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric.
근데 다 묵인하고 있는 것 같은데 그냥. 법으로 노예 소유를 허용하지 않나요?
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been
아,
executed?
처형해야 되니까.
Besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
근데 옛날 로마 하면은 뭐 이게 다 뭐 맞는 말이긴 해서 그냥 혐오스럽게 여긴다고 말하는 순간 안 죽겠지? 할 말은 하자.
Right now, you're a long way
옛날
from home.
시대면은 뭐
I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a
근데 나
close
이거
eye
진짜
on
개
them
재밌을 것
if
같아
I
이 게임. 스토리 라인 지금 지리거든. 나중에도 할 수 있다. 그래 나중에 뭐 다 물어봤습니다.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
황금률을 끼라는 자가 네 해보겠습니다. 선택의 여지가 없잖아요. 뭐 둘 다 합친 대답은 없나?
Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust.
황금률을
I
깰 가능성이
authorize
가장
you to
높은
enter
사람.
private homes and
거짓말한 거
inspect possessions
숨기는
and
사람을 찾아라는
documents,
거지.
unless of course you're asked to leave. Figure out who the
황금은
culprit is,
그리스도
and as
윤리의
soon as you
근본
have a name,
원리라고요?
come back and tell
오.
me immediately.
알았어요.
Oh, and one last
시작한다는데
thing.
사직할게요라
If I were
봤네.
you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
지금 바로 갈게요. 퀘스트 하러 가야지. 우와, 저렇게 띄워져
If you're
있네.
snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
안 봐요. 아, 이쪽이구나. 가자.
Don't mind me. I just live here.
이야기해보자.
I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the
아,
magistrate.
장녀야.
But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
너 지금 그 말 나한테 상처 주는 범법행위다.
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch?
여동생이?
Oh, I'd say it to their faces if they had the courage to show themselves. Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving.
아, 통잘려고 제 지어낸 이야기일 수도 있겠는데?
Suppose we will. I trust you can see yourself out.
싹바가지 보소. 나가자. 저쪽 광장으로 가죠. 길 어디야?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
이런 사람들이랑
Hey,
대화 안 해봐도 되나?
How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm stoked, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his
바빠
own
보이는데.
daughter safe. how
그러게
can anyone
딸이 좀 신을 안 믿거든요. 보니까. 안녕하세요.
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
아 뭐야? 아 언니 나 보러 왔어? 잠깐만. 괜찮아, 게임 극초반이야. 언니 방송 중인가? 언니 나 오늘 염색을 하러 가는데 탈색 2번 하고 염색은 못 하고 왔어. 미용실에서 쫓겨나지 뭐야? 근데 이거 캠이라서 괜찮아. 실제로 보면 얼굴이 떴어. 황다리야. 똥 못 싸네 마냥. 짜잔. 눈썹은 문신이라서 못 바꾸고, 나 월요일에 덮으려고. 내일까진 이걸 좀 즐기고. 눈썹 문신이라 탈색도 안 되고 브라운 그것도 안 돼. 나 뭐 생각나는 거 없어 언니? 아니 머리가 요 밑에가 약간 그렇게 됐어 하려고 한 게 아니라 엎드려서 엎드려서 절 봤다니요. 에이 뭔 소리야 여러분. 아 내가 염색을 하려고 했는데 탈색을 해야 된다길래 탈색을 2번이나 했어. 괜찮지? 여름이라 달라지고 싶었달까? 완전히 달라진 나 에일리 노래. 언니도 염색하자. 어떤 일로 찾아오셨나요? 황금률 어떻게
I'm
생각하세요?
quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory.
얘는 신을
And in
좋아하네.
return,
아까
we
그
offer praise,
그 판사
wine, incense,
딸내미만
or
안
animals.
좋아하나?
But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid
변신
in
이야기
his
중에 딱 맞는
epic
이야기가 있다고?
Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather
들어보겠냐고?
long.
짧게 저 죄송한데 짧게 해주실 수 있나요?
I suppose so. Jupiter and Mercury put a town to the test by disguising themselves as vagrants and asking for shelter there. Everyone turned them
시험하려고.
away and failed that test, except for an old couple named Baucis and Philemon, and so the gods gave them time to escape and granted them a wish, and then wiped that town off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship,
불쌍한 사람을 좀
the reciprocal
도와줬구나.
obligations owed between
다
hosts and
거절했는데.
guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
나도 근데 에키티아랑 똑같은 생각이긴 하거든요.
I'm pleased to hear it.
저 이야기가 저런 식으로 교훈을 준다고 생각해. 사연 듣고 싶어요.
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
어떻게 해야
The
됐을까요?
proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me.
유교거리네.
And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly.
너무
But
옛날
to be
마인드네.
honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself.
근데 갑자기
and
내
ask whatever you
방식이
like.
좋대.
It'll be a refreshing change.
이주인격인가?
On your best behavior, I trust?
You really don't know? You are from far away, aren't you? Well, I am one of the priestesses charged with keeping the sacred
아,
flame
성화를 계속
in
유지하는
Rome's
임무를
shrine of
맡았다.
Vesta burning. I take it you know who Vesta is.
베스타요? 베스타 알려주세요.
Vesta is the mother goddess of hearth and home.
베스티는
and the
아는데
guardian of the
걸그룹.
Roman people.
예, 다른 이야기 하죠. 가볼게요.
See you again soon, I hope.
아 잠깐만 이거 나가는 법 물어보자 한번.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us.
그냥 여기서 못
One way
나간다라고
or
생각하네요 무조건. 에키티아는.
See you again soon.
오케이. 대화도 넘길 수 있네.
What now? I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden.
얘도 그냥
That's from
해탈했네요.
Seneca the Younger.
못 나간다고 해탈.
If you're interested.
그러면은 사연을 듣고
I'm a
싶습니다.
legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate
여기서
has
싸울 일
assigned me
별로 없는 게
other
아니라
duties.
아예 없는 거 아니야?
I act as the magistrate's
싸우면은
right-hand man,
죽는데?
keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others. And making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
오, 너무 바쁜데.
I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself.
야, 결혼
12 years
약속을
into
하는
my
아가씨가 있대.
Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some genetricum fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds.
강가까지
down
갔는데
towards the
기억이
river.
안 난다?
And then
그
nothing.
포탈 타진 거
Blacked
아니야?
out and woke up
포탈?
near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far
잠깐만
down river.
나도 강에서 갑자기
Unfortunate to be alive, I suppose.
여기 어디죠? 막 이렇게 물어봤잖아.
Ah, don't be. A
카게
Seneca
탄
the
게
Younger
아니라
said,
나랑 똑같은 거
difficulties
같아. 나랑
strengthen the
똑같이
mind
그
as the labor
유적에
does the body.
카게 탄 듯?
That said,
나도 처음에
Sentilla's
강가에서
disappearance
발견됐다
has been
했잖아요.
more difficult than I'd care to admit. All right.
아, 투표 물어볼까?
What now? Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius.
센티우스가 아까 전에 그
Unfortunately,
딸 있는 그 남자애
I
맞죠?
don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation.
말레올루스한테 도미티 어쩌게가?
But
도미티우스?
he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought. But you're new here.
와, 오늘 오후
And I just can't
전까지
see
내가
how you
세상을
could
좀
make an impact in the
여론
time
바꿔야
between
되나
now
보다.
and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal priestess. She'll be overseeing.
알았어.
All right?
말레올루스를 선거에서 떨어뜨릴 방법을 알아내라. 선거 어떻게
It must be completed by
진행되나요?
dusk. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
투표는 제가 어떤 역할 하나 물어보자.
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. All of the male citizens who are willing
남자
and able
시민
to
다
attend,
가능하다.
unless they're running, of course.
당사자들 빼고.
That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself. But in this
권력이
case,
있으면은
given my
괜찮나
role
보네.
overseeing the election,
아,
I've decided to
투표를 감독한
abstain.
역할이라.
I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of
쟤는?
course. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk.
아, 투표 일찍 시작하면은 일찍 시작하는 게 낫나? 근데 일찍 시작하면 지금 그 투표 막 여론이 안 돼서 신경 쓰지 마세요, 항상.
As you wish. Sir, see you.
갈게요.
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Centaur?
의료도구.
Give me a
안녕하세요.
moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman.
일단 이 배려상.
No, no.
이 역시
Now's
날
fine.
잡을 줄 알았어.
I can't afford to wallow here. And I need the distraction. What's on your mind? A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think
근데
it
죄
so.
없는 도시는 없을
Maybe it
수가
was an
없어.
attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like
죄 없는
Decius will
도시는
always
겉으로만 죄
find
없는
loopholes
도시예요.
to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician. But she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some
황금
profound
조각상.
discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a
무조건
troubling
찾아야 되는데,
problem,
얘를?
a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means.
다
I
뒤엎고
just know
다니면은
Navia would
다
know how to
죽을 수.
treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
가자.
Really? That would be wonderful.
알았어, 갔다 올게. 아폴로 죽었어. 궁전으로 가는 길을 무조건 찾아야 돼. 탭 눌러서 오. 그러면 궁전으로 들어갈 방법을 지금 찾을 수 있을까? 나는 뭔가 이 선택해야 되네. 좋아하는 사람. 이것도 찾아야 되는데. 말레올루스 요거부터 가자. 왜 안 찍혀 핑? 지금 못하는 건가 이거는? 그러면 닫힌 문 너머. 또 지금 못한 것 같은데?
On your best behavior, I trust?
예, 제가 하고 있습니다. 저 위에는 뭐지? 안녕하세요. 여기에 왜 온 거지 이러네? 무서운데 좀? 여기 나가는 거네. 속삭임이 여기에 왜 온 거지 하면은 잘못 온 건가? 그래도 한번 보는 것도. 진짜 날 위해서 왜 온 거지 한 거였구나. 나가자. 나가고 이게 보니까 퀘스트 궁전으로 가야 되잖아요. 저 위로 갈 수 있나? 2층 가자.
On your best behavior, I trust?
네, 대신 좀 멋있네요. 이쪽으로. 안녕하세요. 활을 찾으래. 이 안에 있을 거야. 따라오지 마. 좋은 일 따위 없을 테니까. 나에 비하여 쪽지다. 화살은 찾았다. 이제 활을 찾는 건가? 안에서 소리가 뭐가 들린다 근데? 활을 무조건 찾아야 되나봐. 활을 찾아라. 응? 여긴 뭐지? (2층에서) 내려올 수가 있나봐요. 이게 안에 뭐 싸우는 거 있나보다. 활 찾아서. 활 찾아보자. 지금 내가 찾은 게 화살밖에 없음. 10발 너무 적은데. 10발 너무 적은 거 아니야? 활은 그 용병들한테 있을 것 같지 않아요? 용병들한테? 바람 소리 봐. 이건가 보다. 이건 돈인데? 이건 돈이고. 예, 들립니다. 당신의 말. 어디서 말씀하시는 거죠? 이게 돌아다니면서 아이템 파밍을 좀 해야 되나봐요. 돌? 나 이거 돌 왠지 최근에 양떼언니 방송에서 뭐야 계속 돌 왔다리 갔다리 하네. 걔 같은데? 캐슬 인벤 안 보여요? 근데 이거 인벤 별로 안 중요함. 시지푸스 걔 같네. 뭐야?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
네, 괜찮은데 님이 좀 수상해 보이는데.
Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the golden rule?
내 생각이랑
And who
똑같네.
or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I
전부 다
expected my
지금
life to go.
행복하지 않고 나가고
I used to
싶어요.
live in a
보면.
lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose.
맹님 염색한 거 지금 왔는데
Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place. Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan
신이
for
다. 아유. 신은 근데 여럿이지
me.
않나요?
Oh, yes, of course. A slip of the tongue.
수상한데?
If you like. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
표정이?
I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
저는 근데 근본적으로 선하다
You
생각합니다.
don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer. I wish I shared your faith. I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're
주점에
desperate
가면 엿들을
and
수 있나
wealthy,
보네.
you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate. I hope it works. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
로마는 다신교인데 유일시 민다고 얘가? 이거 어떡하지? 일단 비밀은 지켜주겠다 하자.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
내가 죽는 거 아니야 이랬다가?
All right, well.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no.
또를 죽나 설마?
No. Oh, P.S., what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us.
이런
We're all
상황에
in this
친구
together,
이렇게 하는 거 막을 거임?
Please just think this through. If you do this,
죄를 짓는
it could
거래.
be the sin that
아
seals
얘가
all of our
죽으면은
fates.
다른 애들을 죽는구나.
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
그렇네.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
못 말렸으니까 죄라고 생각하는 거 아닐까?
I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own
노예가
lives.
자기 모습 버린 거
And a debt bondsman
범죄래.
isn't far off.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide
아니요?
is a crime against the Empire.
아니요, 고충이 심하면 죽을 권리도 있는 거지. 인정해줘야
You're not
돼.
going to trick me. I'm no coward.
아니,
I
너는
intend to go
겁쟁이야.
through with it.
바로 뛰지 않았잖아.
Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that culus cumulatis for the rest of my life. What do I have to live for? You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out.
조졌다.
Wherever you are.
조졌다.
Till my love.
아니 근데
I'm
이게
sorry.
설득이 안.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it.
어떡해.
Oh Lord. That poor lamb.
자살했지만 황금률 위반을 안 했군요.
Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
뛰어내리라고 속삭여.
Oh, so soon? Well...
뭐 뛰어내려야 되나 이거? 약간 일렁거리는데? 나 뛰어내려. 그걸 따라가래.
Thank you. Thank you. I
어?
am delighted and deeply honored to have been
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above?
얘가
That
말
was
어쩌고 걔인가?
either extremely reckless or
말레피우스인가 뭐 걔?
impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
맞다. 말레올루스구나. 이름이 좀 어렵다.
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to the
자유를
city
누릴 수
just as
있도록
I've been
한다고?
promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a
인정.
children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
근데 잠깐만. 왜 가짜로 확신한 거지? 왜냐 한근 동상이 많았잖아요.
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real?
말 잘하네. 말레올루스. 진짜로 확신합니다. 해보자.
What credible evidence do you have for its existence? Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by
말
the
잘못한
simple
것
act
같은데.
of writing it down. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to
여러분들은
scare us all
황금률이
into
있다고
doing what he
생각해요? 없다
wants?
생각해요? 뭔가 저는 지금 드는 생각이 황금률은 없는데 센티우스가 일부러 어기한 애들을 황금으로 만드는 것 같은데 그냥 자기 혼자 독식 정치하려고 그런 걸 수도 있지 않아?
I'm
그러니까
afraid not.
독자하려고.
We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
아까 자살했는데 뭐
I trust
어긴
you
것도
can see yourself
없었고.
out. Through the door this
왜냐면
time.
로마시
There's a
저때
key just
로마인의 노예가 목숨이 그 로마인 거거든. 주인님 건데 목숨이 노예의 목숨이 벌을 안 받았잖아요. 난 벌을 안 받은 게 되게 크다고 생각해. 뭐 얘한테 뭐 말할 거 있었나? 근데 이 게임에서는 말레올루스를 선거에서 떨어뜨려야 해. 장사를 만든 애가 있는 걸 수도 있지 않으려나? 싶기도 한데 잠겼네.
I trust.
뭐라고? 문 옆에 바로 열 수 있다고요?
I trust through the door.
문 바로 옆에 열쇠가 있다. 오케이. 아, 여기 있네. 나왔다. 나비 예쁘다. 아, 이쪽이 제 집이구나. 활을 찾아야 되는데. 활. 움직일 수 없대. 동상이 진짜 나 속삭이는 것 같기도 하고 도와달라고? 동상들이? 저기 또 사람 있다. 이야기하기 화장실만 좀 다녀올게요, 여러분. 뭐야? 여기 무슨 재단 같은데? 화장실 좀. 왔습니다.
Ah, a fellow greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
제 나라는 아직 존재하지 않아요.
Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together.
구란치고
We will have much time here to get to know one another.
장난 많이 잘 칠 것 같이. 뭔가
I
인상이.
know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
아이스크림 사는 거 있잖아요. 장난 엄청 치는 거. 터키 아이스크림인가 그거.
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish her.
하데스.
Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each keep the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the seven sages of
탈레스 말에
Greece,
귀를 기울여야 된다고?
avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing. Do they not? That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. A good question. A very good question indeed.
얘도 어디다
And I
내려왔나?
would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and droning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some
오,
of the
술
most
엄청
exquisite
마셨구나.
wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once. But
사막에서?
none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation,
얘도 포탈 탔나
gasping
보네.
for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by
얘도
the banks
강이야.
of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from
포탈
my
타면
village.
강에서 나오는 건 똑같나?
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like.
못 나간.
Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. It is a long story. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. I admire your enthusiasm. There was an attempt made by resourceful
시도했다고?
fellows
몇
who
년
lived
전에?
here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately,
황금을
as soon as
냈나?
they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice saying the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place. And so I say, it is best to not even discuss it aloud. I hope...
활 없으세요, 활?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
신이 화났다. 어떡해. 왜지? 활이다. 왜지? 내가 훔쳐서 그런가? 내가? 네. 도둑질해서라고? 어? 다시 돌아가는데? 뭐야? 아, 포탈 타고 도망갈 수 있나 보네. 어?
Salve, friend.
What?
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry,
이거
you should try out this
보니까
device I made. Worked real
내가
hard on it.
알고서 뭔가를 계속 말해야 되나 보다. 오예.
Just attach the pulley to the rope, and if it doesn't work, but don't. All right.
이렇게. 그럼 다시?
Ave.
네, 안녕하세요.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta
이게
watch over
사제잖아.
you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? See you again.
Keep an eye out for scintilla woods. What is it?
아 심판을 일으키면은 초기화 되나? 돈 필요하다는데? 오이.
This area is private.
예,
I
예.
must ask you to leave.
아까 화냈던데? 그냥 다시 가면 되겠지? 근데 그 상자 연다고 내가 심판을 일으킨 건가? 잠겼다.
What are you chin?
실패.
It's too late.
아이고.
She just slipped away. She and at that then that toad shrugs anywhere else. So and now. Well, get me that. I don't care how you. I swear to the gods below. Well, come back if you get sick.
퀘스트 하자.
How'd you do? Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm
그
Dacius.
치료제가 있을까요?
Terrible shame what happened to Yulia. But we just have to carry on, don't we? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
캠이 깨진다고요? 왜지? 그렇네. 이제 뭐야? 캠화질이 깨지는 게 아니라 머리가 밝아서 깨져 보이는데 보니까 머리가 밝아서.
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what?
가져가래.
She claimed the statue was whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again.
나비의
But I
걔도
digress.
조각상이 속삭이는 소리가 들리나 봐.
Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
이거 가져가고 다시 포탈 타야 되나 봐.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
존나 무서운데? 얘 따라오면 되나? 그러니까 이게 확률이 나쁜 일 하면은 이런가 봐. 조각상 조심. 얘도 타나? 포탈을? 얘도 타네? 얘도 알고 있어. 뭐야, 쟤는 어떻게 알고 있어? 치안판사 쟤는. 제가 그냥 포탈 여는 건가? 제가 여는 건가 봐.
Salve, friend.
그럼 나 제가 여는 걸 모른 척 해야 되겠는데?
What? Oh, you know, that... We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. But listen, most you live...
가자. 야, 레전드네? 그럼 나 약 얻었으니까 그대로 갖다 주죠, 약. 약 갖다 주자.
What are you doing in here? She needs the... What?
여기요.
Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow
율리아
this.
살려.
Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was
왜냐면 저는 유지되죠.
How
태몽
did you know
치고
she
포탈
needed this
땄으니까.
exact thing and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
여기만 초기화 되는 거야 보니까.
But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments.
아,
And
감사합니다.
maybe she can tell us who
헐,
poisoned
그녀를
her and who she
독살했는지
meant when she was
이거 무조건
muttering
들어야
about
되는데.
that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have
아까
broken the golden
그
rule
뭐야
and
치안법사가
so maybe
얘
it's best we
독살한
don't
거
discuss
아니야?
it. Gladly. Oh no. Sorry. I don't. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic until
이건
she
들었던 것
suddenly
같아.
lost this,
이건
and then
들은
she's
거죠?
been. But I really wish I could reach her. One of my. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. He's become so irritable that the smallest thing set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper. I just know Nevia would know how.
공장 이제 가야지.
Thank. That's a
공전에 가야 돼. 어? 로마가에 위치한 저택, 마차, 의서, 여자 노예 12명. 어? 잠겨 있다고?
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
데시우스 저기 잠겨 있는 거에 저기에 활이 있나 본데? 여사제를 여사제? 여사제를 왜 말하지? 이거는 보관함 열면 안 될 듯?
Greetings and salutations.
May Apollo keep you safe.
여사제 만나러 가자. 여사제 집이 여기잖아.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equi. See you again.
여사제 뭐? 어? 인명의 친구 옥타비아에게 주님께서 그들의 축복을 지켜주시길 직접 얼굴을 맞대고 말하지 못해 미안하지만 제가 맞았다면 당신도 저와 같은 신자겠지요. 여기서 대놓고 예배를 드릴 수 없겠지만 당신 혼자가 아닙니다. 기도를 올릴 장소 필요하다면 극장 뒤편에 동굴 깊은 곳 극장 뒤편 첫 번째 갈림길에서 오른쪽 둘 다 오른쪽이네. 극장 뒤편에 동굴 깊은 곳. 오케이. 극장이 어디지? 지도가 나오나? 극장이 어디야? 극장 뒤편에 동굴. 어?
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And
뭔가
he's got a
여사제도
weapon.
종교가 좀 이상해요.
Do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. I have to hide. Hear what? What?
안 되라고
We don't
했는데?
have time for this. I have to go. Ugh. The shrine is collapsing.
아, 같이 가야 되는 거였어? 미친.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead. Did anyone see that?
아, 미친. 내가
Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go?
아, 내가 우리 같이 가자고 해야 됐나 봐.
I can't believe she's dead. The gods are cruel and unjust.
와, 내가 죽였어 이걸? 어이없네. 근데 지가 들어갔음 인정?
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one."
기도문이 아니라
I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination,
나
the
말
mantra,
개 못하나
the
봐.
human
나-
sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it. Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive
눈 초록색 파란색 날랐던 거 그 걔잖아. 메데리우스 그 걔 아니야?
to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for
오드아이
starting the fire
걔잖아요.
which
아까
burned
떨어졌을 때
half of Rome to the ground
자살한 애처럼
and
걔
killed
떨어졌을
thousands
때
in the
갔던
process.
집.
All I know, all I care about, is that the Emperor believes he is guilty and wants him dead. The details are not my concern. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not?
아 잠깐만. 이거 내가 봤을 때 그 오드아이가 난 진짜 같고 사실 처음에 치안 걔 있죠. 치안 판사. 나 걔가 의심스럽거든. 걔가 포탈 열어가지고 맞죠? 아 그래가지고 이제 어떻게 해야 될지 모르겠네. 이거 알려줘야 되나? 아니 근데 알려주면 얘가 죽으면 안 되는데. 이러면 내가 죽어 근데. 모른.
Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last
나 죽이나?
words?
그리스도님 맙소사라 하자. 얘가 여기가 지금 다신교잖아요. 여기 아니. 얘는 기독교 예수 그리스도 믿는 거 아님 얘가? 아니가 너무 광신도로 보이나 그럼 또? 아닌가? 아, 지금 내 이해를 좀 못했나? 좀 종교가 좀 어렵긴 해 여기가. 아 진실 말하면 죽이지 않겠다면서요?
And there's a simple explanation for that.
에?
I lied. But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one
애초에 다
of
죽일
you wretched
생각이었네.
degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
아 이때는 로마가
The
받아들이죠?
many shall suffer for the sins
도망쳐야
of the
되나?
one.
아 나. 아파 어떡해. 무서워 이거. 와. 쟤 뭔데 도대체? 어떻게 이 차움을 만드는 거지?
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
이제 이르자. 누구 온다고. 오, 얘한테 말하네. 갈레리우스한테.
Oh no.
오.
All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
그럼 이제 나는 가서 다시 그 여자애 살릴 수 있지 않을까? 어? 아무것도 훔치지 마라. 그치, 율리아는 근데 제가 살리러 가니까 저는 왼쪽에 빨리 가서 다른 거 하면 될 듯요?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
예예예, 이 여자애.
You have
저기로 가지 마세요.
Why? All right, fine. Come and find me my
좋아,
bakery instead.
나이스.
Please be careful.
파비아도 살렸고. 뭐야?
Hello?
뭐야? 노예인가?
Hello?
그냥 도비 느낌이네.
My name's Dooley.
둘리?
I live here now because I got in trouble and I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes.
어,
They
편지?
said I have to live here.
줘봐. 자네가 사라진 보물 찾겠다는 망상에 사로잡혀 반사회적인 행동을 일삼았기 때문일세. 몇 주 전 자네의 보호자 한니발이 사망하여 공개에 처한 사실은 측은히 여긴 바이네만 자네가 알아둬야 할 중요한 사실이 있다네. 자네가 찾는 보물은 존재하지 않아. 자네는 기억력에 문제가 있으니 그걸 그저 잘못 기억한 것일지 모르겠군. 가스인가? 가스라이팅? 더 중요한 사실은 자네가 모든 시민의 접근이 엄격하게 금지된 수조를 포함해 여러 곳에 무단 침입하다 적발되었다는 것이네. 그래서 안타깝지만 자유를 제한할 수밖에 없었어. 그렇지 않으면 자네가 황금률 깰지도 모르니까 말이야. 치안 판사가 가뒀네요.
What does it say? My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. He said, if anything ever happened
숨겨져
to
아주
me,
귀한 물건 찾아냈다고?
I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. All I remember is he said something about the cistern. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And
갈레리우스랑 여사자만?
The priestess lady. Hannibal said I
도와주자.
give it
나가게
to
도와주자.
anyone I
이거는.
didn't trust. Galerius already tried.
어?
He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad. Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns.
수조?
Bye bye.
수조에 들어갈 방법을 찾아라. 이쪽으로는 갈 수가 없나? 나를 찾거라. 오, 왔다.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and
근데 얘가 좀 착한 거 같아. 내 말 잘 믿어주잖아.
how is it possible?
얘가
You
약
just
준 거 아님
arrived
아까?
here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them. You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again
나도
for all eternity.
지금?
Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp the fruit of a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
다들 집중해서 보고
I don't know
계신가요?
which god you managed to upset to get
내용이
yourself into this
좀
position, friend.
길어볼 수 있는데
Seem all right
집중하면
to me.
재밌는 내용입니다.
So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to
일부러
break the
처음에는
cycle.
어렵게 하고 하면 할수록 반복되면 될수록 퍼즐 맞춰가는 그런 게임인 것 같아요. 당신 좋은 사람이에요.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend. I saw you slide down that rope before. And strip. Oh, of course. Anyway, well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rocks. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device.
아, 나 장치 써서 내가 가라고?
Couldn't quite summon the
쫄보구나.
nerve to use it. Do you... I don't really feel comfortable talking about it. Look, I'll tell you everything if you get it for me. All right? Oh, thank you. All right.
가자. 꼬먹을 별거라고. 뭐야 이거? 이거 가져가면 안 되겠죠? 그럼 바로 또 동상들이 다 공격할 것 같지 않음? 아, 저 위에서 떨어져야 돼? 이거? 설마? 미친. 여기에서도 될 것 같은데? 아, 뭐 이거 위에서 해야 되네? 아, 저 되나? 중간에 끝낸 걸 안 해보긴 했는데 해볼게요. 와, 이거 되나? 이 목숨 걸어야 되는 거. 이거 떨어져도 이거 다리 좋됐다. 오케이, 확인. 여러 번 해야 된다. 오케이, 스페이스 누른다고 바로 뛰어내리지 않음. 약간 붕 하고 떨어짐. 실제랑은 다름. 물론 실제로 떨어져 본 적은 없지만. 와, 여기 뭐 있는데? 나중에 올 수 있나봐. 저 안에 상자가 있거든요. 전 나중에 가능한가 봅니다. 와, 너무 부흥인데? 오케이, 오케이. 더 빨리 떨어지자. 아직 3트야. 원래 3트 만에 성공하는 거임. 감 잡았고요. 에, 물에서 안 올라가지는 것 같은데? 아씨, 거짓말하지 마. 뭐야, 설마 된다고? 이거. 아까워. 오, 뭐야, 닉님 탈색하셨어. 연예인 줄 알았죠? 염색을 하려 했는데 탈색만 하고 왔답니다. 시간이 없어서. 미용실 시간 이슈로 인해 6시에 갔는데 시간 이슈 있었음. 더 빨리 떨어지라고. 그녀가 널 인도한다고요? 근데 뭐 오늘 염색 안 해가지고 금발냉을 보여줄 수 있었네요. 그쵸? 오히려 염색을 못 해가지고 탈색 2번. 나이스. 됐다. 야, 갈릴리우스. 이건 진짜 힘들긴 하더라. 자.
Fortune smile on you, sister. Salve again? No. Brilliant! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean.
Oh?
Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal
아,
priestess,
그런데
meaning she's taken a vow of
여사제니까.
chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely
야, 그거
serious
고백하면
affront
안
to
될
the
것
gods and a
같은데?
capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her it, I don't know what to do. Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel, and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could...
알았어.
Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do... Thank you.
들어가자. 아, 왠지 이거 여기서 하나 뭐 나비효과 일어날 것 같은데. 이 꽃으로 인해 오해받지 않으려나?
A new face. Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius, then?
안다고?
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world.
근데 사제라서 설마.
But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So
기다려달라네,
if we ever make it
그냥.
out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years.
기다려줘, 뻑뻑.
Then tell him I love him too. I hope so. See you again.
사랑한대. 야, 나 여기서 뭐하냐? 커플 이어주는 거야? 이거 뭐 하트 시그널이냐고. 사랑의 짝대기가
Thanks.
통했습니다.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have... I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but all I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see... Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon that...
그리고 이제 치안판사 출마하라고
I
할게요.
bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the elections stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell.
설득합시다. 갈리리우스 너 나가라.
Gladly.
맞아.
But And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. I suppose you're right.
나가라고 하는 건 없네.
But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back.
센틸라가 실종됐다고?
Could be she
그
found a way
둘째
out.
딸 말하는
If
건가?
anyone knows for
그치.
sure,
아까
it'll be
전에
her
자기
sister,
여동생
Sentia.
사라졌다고
But
했었잖아.
she'd never tell the likes of me. All right, friend.
율리한테 들어보래. 가보자. 기억력 나쁘지 않은데 나? 일단 동상 작은 문 그거부터 열어도 될 것 같아요. 근데 되게 복잡한 게임인 줄 알았는데 처음에 솔직히 이거 너무 복잡한데 생각했거든요. 생각보단 복잡하지 않음. 이거 뭐 동굴에서 작은 문이 있다 했는데 동상을 치운다 했었는데 그쵸? 여기 뒤로 가는 뭐야?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some the house of the ruler of the depths. There is only a downward path.
얘가 신내림 받은 그런 느낌인
gloomy
건가?
with fatal yew trees.
무당 느낌.
It leads through dumb silence to the. Help me. You cannot help me. It is better for you if you remain the bloodless shadows. The newly arrived. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are
누구랑 얘기한 거야?
ignorant.
This again. You're
쟤랑?
in a world of your own, aren't you?
쟤한테 물어봐야 될 것 같은데? NPC 또 없나? 지금 얘기 가능? 말할 수 있다.
Oh, you're here. And you're not like any Roman woman I've ever seen. Your skin is...
레지야?
Why? Just because I'm a woman? I take back... Let's just forget that ever happened.
관심 가면 얘기 없나요?
For tending.
Okay.
Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on
아까
people.
그 주모의 애가 리비아
Now,
아님?
she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what
아까
it
걔요.
is.
축제를
Whatever
연다.
you like. Ugh, let it go. You know, normally... Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a
어떻게
way
나가는데?
out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you? If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not
아니
ready to go
완전
just
장사꾼이네 얘.
I like my
완전
life here.
장사꾼이잖아.
One day,
완전
maybe,
장사꾼.
but not now. I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you. Well, perhaps you could take out a loan.
돈 빌려준다고?
I understand. I just try not to think about it. Drink.
오케이 간다.
Whatever. Oh.
말레리우스가 돈 빌려준대. 근데 일단 제가 가만히 또 그 꿈을 꿨어. 언제나처럼 강가에 한 남자가 서 있었지. 얼굴은 양뿔머리 장식이 가려져 있었고 또 한 번 자기 이름이 캐리티라고 소개하더니 나를 끌고 강가를 떠났어. 자기 이름을 말할 때 어쩐지 희죽거린 것 같더라고. 마치 너 이거 못 알아듣지? 하는 것처럼. 뒷장 없고 씨발 뭐야. 아유. 아 나 뼈다귀인가 했는데 남근이 뭐지 했네. 아 나 남근이 뭔지 몰라가지고 뼈다귀를 남근이라 하나. 거기였던 것이요. 이게 지금 제가 여기로 온 이유가 동굴을 가려고 한 거잖아요. 뭐라 적혀있는 거지? 테오필리우스는 여자 넷과 동시에 쓰면서 한 명도 만족 못 시켰다네. 별론가 본데? 기술이 좀 별론가 봐. 와, 주사위를 굴릴 때 속임수를 사용하지 못하도록 설계된 주사위 탑이래. 아유, 그렇군. 문 난리 났군. 여기 어디야? 뭐야? 이건 훔치는 게 아니잖아. 오. 오. 아, 요렇게 가는 거였어? 저기도 뭐 있는데? 이거 안 되나? 저기는 나오는 공간이 없는데. 떨어지면서 가능할 듯. 난 해낼 수 있다. 마인크래프트 하는 사람들은 이런 거 잘하지, 그쵸? 여기 아니다. 이쪽인 것 같아. 저기 아닌가? 한 칸 더인가? 아! 안 되겠는데? 아니다. 이쪽이 된다, 이쪽에. 자, 여기 뚜주디리리. 나무 요거 바라봐. 오케이. 나를 잡거라. 이 자식아, 기다려라. 속성이 위스퍼. 너 조용히 해. 널 이제 위스퍼라 부르겠다. 조용히 해. 여기 아니야. 여긴가? 저 여기일까요, 여러분? 아닌데. 돌에 가려졌었는데. 아, 이 헷갈려. 돌이 다 거기서 그 돌 같고 막. 그냥 떨어져서 한번 보자. 여 아닐 텐데, 느낌이. 여 아닐 것 같아. 가자. 물에 풀 있는 거 여김? 아, 오케이. 아, 안 된다. 네, 포기할게요. 자, 갑시다. 저건 안 됨. 실패. 저기로 오래. 근데 나 컴퓨터가 왜 이래 뜨겁지? 컴퓨터가 불안 치고 화상 입을 정도로 뜨거워. 문 좀 열어야겠는데. 시도 굿. 시도는 좋은 거니까.
Harvey.
판사님.
We're finally alone.
그러니까 컴퓨터가 추적화가 안 좋은 거 같은데? 컴퓨터가 짱 뜨거워.
Is that about? Look, it's unfortunate, but now I assume you sought me out again for.
둘리 좀 풀어주세요.
Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man... Of course, what is it? Why then? It looks like you'll have to continue.
근데 이거 잠깐만.
Thank you.
황금률을 깨려는 사람. 말레오루스를 선거에서 떨어뜨려야 되는 거 아님? 왜냐면 갈릴레온과 걔를 올려야 되니까. 일단 갈릴리우스 올려야 되니까는 암살자 이야기해도 되겠는데? 왜 그 오드아이 이름이 뭐였더라? 오드아이 이름 일단 암살자 해버리자.
An assassin? Then what are you doing here talking to me? Why aren't you out there trying to stop him? You'd best go. As magistrate, I hereby declare him an... Any way you can, despite my weapons
근데 내가 죽이면 그거는 황금률.
I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order of
이 센티오스 존나 이상하네?
So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me.
지가 말하는 건 황금률을 안 깬대.
Fending for ourselves
이 새끼 무조건 이상하네요.
of annihilation. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Think of it as an act. Then perhaps you would prefer. Now is not the time for. Thank you.
와, 나 범인 처단하러 가야 돼. 근데 범인 처단보다는 저것도 하고 싶은데. 근데 저기 올라가는 방법을 모르겠거든요. 지금. 어차피 저기 올라가는 건 이쪽으로 가는 건가? 성에서? 나 자기를 찾으래. 저기 올피우스인데.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, princess.
갈 수 있나 보다. 이건 떨어지는 것 같은데. 올라갈 수 있다. 근데 예쁘다. 와, 쉽게 왔네. 자살 막아야 되는데 어떻게 막냐?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
와, 또.
Oh no. No. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back.
That's...
What?
Why do...
이거 봤던 거죠?
Please help.
센틸라가 원하는 게 이겁니까?
know about
센틸라
that?
지금 그
How is that
실종된.
possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't. It's too late for that.
율리안
Yulia and I made a
살았어요.
pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be. Oh, really? That changes
자기도
things a
죽긴
little.
싫었던
But we're still
거야.
in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. No,
어우.
no, I am out.
아, 좋다.
Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love.
아.
I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
아, 죽었어 얘.
I can't. That was not. I'll have and I.
2,000대를 어떻게 구함? 저거. 대신전 아직 안 들어. 대신전 제일 마지막에 들어갈 것 같다 느낌이. 아 이거 참 떨어져야 되나 본데 그냥. 아 2,000 너무 빡센데? 이게 시체인가 보네.
Deeply honored to have been elected. Did you just? That was well. I through.
열쇠 구해서 돈 좀 훔쳐야 되나? 아니야 근데 이거 안 훔치고 해결하는 방법이 있을 거야. 근데 일단은 하기 전에 암살자 죽이러 가야 되거든요. 근데 암살자 나 그 뭐 무기도 없는데 가능? 일단 가. 야 암살자. 어디인지 알고 있냐고요? 네 저기 원형 성소에서 기도 올리고 있던데요. 아! 성소 곧 무너지잖아.
Thank you for your service to the
그래서
Empire.
여기를 유인하나 보다.
I'll let you live for now.
성소
but
여기
you best make
무너져서.
sure our paths don't cross again.
네 저쪽 저 직진입니다. 직진입니다. 아 저기 직진이십니다. 제가 대다 드릴게요. 자 요쪽 요쪽으로 가는 걸 보았습니다. 요쪽이요. 존나 느리시네요. 요쪽이에요. 요쪽 요 안에 이걸 존나 빨리 빼야 되는데. 아 이거 뭐 뜯을 수 없나? 요쪽 안에 들어가서 오른쪽입니다.
Curse you, cultist.
어씨 안 죽는 줄. 어싸. 활 들어야지. 활 얻었다. 뭐야? 황제 폐하께서 로마의 충성스러운 아들들에게 로마 아벤티네가의 시민이자 방어와 살인을 저지른 죄인 티베리우스 크리푸스를 붙잡아 처형하라고 명령을 내리셨다. 명령을 40에서 50 사이에. 헉! 검은 머리칼에 한눈 녹색이고 한눈 청색이다. 과대 망상에 빠져있다. 그럼 이거를 누구한테 보여줘서 소문내서 쟤 끌어내려야 되나 보다. 킨크티우스 바로 찾으러 가죠. 말레울스 만나서 네 이름이 킨크티우스냐? 라고 물어볼게요. 열쇠 있으니까 그냥 가도 되겠다. 오. 근데 이 게임이 생각보다 복잡할 줄 알았는데 길 되게 잘 만들어놨어. 보면. 저기요. What's your name?
Still here. My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
한눈 녹색이고 한눈 파란색입니다.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander's
아
a great
진짜
head too.
알렉산더 왕도 양눈의 색이 달랐어요?
I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true.
사퇴하세요.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
아 그렇지 않으면 제가 죽일
You
테니까요.
fool.
도망간다.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
아씨 들켰다. 아 이것도 안 돼? 그냥 말만 한 거잖아 말만. 아니 나 말만 한 건데 어이없어. 아니 이거 협박도 안 돼? 내가 죽인 것도 아니고 신님 이건 억울합니다요. 지금 제가 그냥 말만 한 건데요. 그토록 공을 들였는데래. 아이씨 일단 가자. 아이씨 허세가 아니라 협박이었어? 허세라고 적혀있길래 나는 됐는 줄. 미안.
Salve, friend.
아
Mind
계단
telling me who you are
보관함
and
들어갈
what
수
you're
있나
doing with that
보다.
bow on your back?
바빠서 미안. 아 저때 계단 보관함 가나 보다. 아니 저장돼요. 이거 그냥 다시 아까 걔한테 가면 될 듯? 근데 열쇠가 없을 거거든요 지금. 그치 열쇠 없지. 아 수지 줘야 되는데. 아이고 조졌다. 야 수지 좀 줘. 아이고 이 사람 아니네.
Greeting.
아 어떡해.
What?
아 일단은 그거 주자. 일단 바로 약 줘야 돼. 약 주고 꼭대기 가야 돼.
What? You hope that? Oh, that's.
자 그리고 이제 뭐야?
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice
얘
that fine
암살자
bow
아니야?
you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban. But I'm impressed. And before you ask,
아니네. 얘
I
아까
wouldn't
비싸게
dream of trying to
팔던
buy
애네.
it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself.
동업이요?
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues? And
쏘던데요?
here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out.
어 얘도
In any
안다고?
case, supposedly, one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. I can't help but think of a tale told
암살자
by
안
that
나오지
Greek
않을까요?
fella
활이
Aesop,
없어서?
the goose that laid the golden egg, with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. One could use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees, and plants.
오 약간 나 솔깃한데?
Without the drawbacks.
만지는 것마다 금으로 바뀌면?
Beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between
그래
the two of
돈이
us,
있어야.
half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
돈이 있어야 그 옥상에 있는 애도 살릴 수 있잖아.
Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me,
디아나 여신
are you
이야기?
familiar with the story of the goddess Diana? No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best of it now. Because the gods... So... Wonderful. This is... And here we are.
성소에 가서 하면 되는 거임? 근데 하는 게 좋은 것 같아. 왜냐면 돈이 있어야지.
The shrine of Diana for you. So as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street.
죄인이요? 나 말하는 건가? 이거. 가지마. 그리고 제 활 없을 텐데 가지고 있나 활? 암살자? 또 있다고?
Thank you.
자, 일단 너는 거기 죽어 있어라. 난 갔다 올 테니.
Greetings and salutations.
무서운데? 무서워. 나 조진 거 같은데. 에헤.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you...
What?
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all that... It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh. Not a very effective threat, is it? Your second problem is the golden rule. What are you gonna do? Kill us? The bow? Now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. Let's find out.
어떻게 저거 쏘라고? 둥지 쏘라는데? 황금으로 만들었네. 대박. 개꿀인데? 황금알로 쏘니까 황금으로 바뀌어 뭐든지. 저 새끼 죽여야겠다. 인정? 이거 여기에 뭐 나올 것 같은데. 활 준 거 보면 이제 싸우는 게 있나봐. 느낌이. 아이씨. 물 왜 이래 싫지 물? 물풀을 물풀 써라고? 와 개지린다. 오케이. 황금을 만드는 거임? 오이씨. 얼마야? 가져가지 못하는 게 슬프네. 내 사랑 갈라테이야 이게. 언젠가 둘이 만난 날이 오면 이 글을 읽고 내가 무슨 짓을 했는지 왜 그래만 했는지 알아줬으면 좋겠어. 다들 나를 미쳤다고 미쳤다거나 개물이를 하겠지만 그들이 뭐라 하든 상관없어. 나의 비하 거야.
Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you, my beloved Galatea. I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand why
여긴 뭐지? 볼 수가 없네.
The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here,
뭐야?
I'm doing for you.
아, 꼭 눌러야 되네.
Soon after
나에
my
비한 거
arrival,
아니지?
as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me.
어떻게 가지?
A rasp of air, as if vocal
일단
cords
저거는
made
싸놓고.
to say a word of it. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to
점프
concentrate on my
가능한가?
work as the city's medic.
가능하네.
But that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the
조각상이 나타났다. 된 건가?
Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange
조각상이 정면으로 보고 있었다.
I discovered
존나 무섭겠는데?
even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue.
여자라고?
This was a woman trapped within that golden prison.
들어왔네.
I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that
아,
moment
잠겼어.
on, I knew the full horror of this place.
와, 조각상 안에 살아있는 사람이 다 갇혀 있는 거야, 이거 지금?
Statues are living human
어떡해.
beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
뭐 튀어나오나 보다 이거 계속. 고맙다. 고맙대. 고맙대. 맞나 본데? 큰일 났다. 무섭다 조금. 근데 이거 툼레이더 짬밥, 툼레이더랑 파크라이 짬밥 있어서 활 쏘는 거 잘함.
You're not supposed to be here.
오, 나이비야다. 나이스. 다 고맙다고 하네. 궁전 위층으로 갑시다. 어떡해. 다 황금이 돼버렸어 사람들이. 이쪽으로는 못 가네. 그러면 이쪽이라는데? 이쪽이다. This way. 어디? 이쪽이라 말하고 있네. 갈 수가 있나? 뭐야? 금으로 변하네. 퀄리티 뭐야? 갈 수 있는 곳이 위스퍼? 대답해줘. 문의 상호작용이 아니라 이거 발로 차는 거 뜬 거임. 얘 발로 차는 거. 이쪽이라고 속삭이는데 왜? 아래쪽? 미친 끝 알려주는 거 못 찾으니까. 두 대네. 얼리지 못하면 두 대. 금으로 못 만들면 두 대. 헤드 한 방인가? 활은 적당히 잘 주네. 그 난이도는 쉽네요. 나가서 그 새끼 나 진짜 죽일 거임. 근데 죽이면 안 됨. 머리 맞춘 게 빡센데? 약간 얘 로봇처럼 생겼다, 해골이. 어? 발로 차니까 갑자기 왜 이렇게 됐지? 이렇게 올라가라고? 뭐야? 여긴 뭐야? 아, 내가 왔던 곳이네. 이게 변한 건가? 변한 거고. 화살 엄청 많다. 평생 쓸 수 있겠는데? 오, 머리 한 방. 다 고맙대. 괴로웠나봐. 이제 쉰다고 생각하는 건가? 괴로워서? 어? 올라온 게 맞아? 자, 물 얼립니다. 휴. 반대로 왔다. 다음 누구인가? 이제 좀 안 쫄아도 되겠는데 너무 쫄았다 지금 나. 팁! 근처 두루마리를 살펴보세요. 오! 열쇠다. 나이비아 일기장. 황금 조각상에 숨겨진 끔찍한 진실을 알아낸 이후 나는 악몽일도 꾸는 것처럼 도시를 떠돌다녔어. 불쌍한 사람들. 황금 무덤에 생매장당한 채 보내는 삶이 얼마나 끔찍할까? 평생 상상조차 못할 정도 끔찍한 고통을 받으니 타르타로스에 갇힌 것이나 다름없는 거야. 타르타로스 그 소 엄청 이상하게 생긴 애 가둔 그거 아닌가?
I tried to offer them what small masses I could. I began to talk
올라왔다.
to keep them company.
다음.
I'd imagined backstories for them.
화살 장전해놔.
And told them
혹시 모르니까.
of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned with my childhood, I took solitude from them, preferring to be away into the abandoned forest. I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Valkyrie.
커튼에 그거 되네.
Praying to Aphrodite for aid,
뒤로 가서 해야겠는데.
discovered that his beloved Galatea.
깜짝이야.
It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw.
와, 진짜 이거 혼자서 알고 있으면 죄책감 오지게 들 것 같긴 해. 충격적인데? 예상은 했는데 좀 많이 충격적인. 벽타기 해야 되네? 마크로 달려진 짬밥.
barred the doors to this place and set it away.
아, 원래 이걸로 했어야 되는데 컨트롤로 다 했네. 마크에도 활이 있기 때문에 잘합니다 이런거. 파크라이 짬밥이랄까? 파크라이랑 툼레이더에서 전 제약으로 활밖에 안 쏩니다. 지금 하면 안 됐던 것 같은데. 그냥 얼굴로 끌고. 좋됐다. 너무 빨리 열렸다. 하지만 이것 따윈 쉽지. 다음. Where? 근처 두루마리 안살 보면 계속 챙기라네. 오케이. 내 사랑 갈라테이아에게 황금 감을 갇힌 영혼을 풀어주려고 하는데 계획대로 잘 안 돼. 첫 번째 친구는 메두사를 보고 돌이는 아테네 이름을 따 이우다마라는 이름 붙여준 그리스 여자였어. 황금이 무슨 학급이라도 되는 듯 엄청 단단했는데 그래도 꿋꿋이 반인치 파고들었더니 들었더니 사람의 살이 나왔어.
I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so
그럼 다 살릴 수 있다는 거네. 다 황금으로 변한 게 아니라 황금 안에 사람이 이대로 그냥 굳어버린 거 아니야 이거. 미쳤네. 이건 좀 놀랬다. 인정. 워킹 되는 줄 순간. 죄송합니다. 찰스밖에 없었어요. 헤드. 도와달래. 빨리. 황금을 떼어내려고 했대. 구석이 풀리자마자 목을 잡더니 할키오 됐대. 금속 손톱으로. 아, 선 넘는데 아프겠다. 제어가 안 되나 보다. 피 뭐야?
She was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued
난리 나는데?
others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous.
가까이. 반쯤 벗겨진 조각상이 말하는데? 가까이 오라고? 얘인가? 얘가 그 갇힌 앤가? 뒤? 왜? 나이비야.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments.
왜 망쳐? 미친년인가?
Look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away.
뭔 소리야?
You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about? Liar! And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And
한 명 고문을 했어,
everything I've done
인연이.
here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me.
미쳤나봐.
Were you planning to wait
아니에요.
until I'd done all the hard
너무
work,
잔인한데?
then swoop in? Is that it?
뭐야?
Liar. You tried to steal her away from me. And
정신이
now look what
나갔나
you
본데요,
made
그냥?
me do.
아, 이거 어떻게 할까요? 근데 이러면은 다시 초기화 되긴 해. 나 그 포탈 다시 타야 돼. 포탈 다시 타야 돼요. 일단 1번 해볼까?
Wait. So you're saying...
오, 좋았다.
you
1번
weren't
한 거.
coming for
굿.
us?
저 급발진 날 뻔 짜증나서.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing.
자살하는 거 아니야?
Oh God, I feel sick. I am.
얘 뭐야? 얘 정신분열 있나? 자살하는 거 아니야?
It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let
그래,
it
황금률
run
깨야
its
돼.
course. At least that way she'd be golden again.
어?
And we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry.
여기 온 걸 없던 일로 할 수 있죠.
Wind back time. What? How is that possible?
믿어주는 게 대단하다.
The goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. Of course. But I'm confused. If you've harnessed the secrets of the gods, why tell me? I see. Well,
오!
I'll trust you to honor our
설득했다.
bargain.
급발진 안
But
하길
if you
잘했네요,
don't,
여러분.
mark my words. I'll break the golden rule
와.
and kill you and everyone else in this city. The
아, 근데 이
treatment for
게임 하는데
rheumatism is
컴퓨터
well
불안치고
above.
터질 것 같아.
I believe there's a pot of
아,
it
씨, 컴퓨터
already in the
열이 좀 안
shrine of
났으면 좋겠는데 왜 이래 뜨겁냐?
Please leave.
난 이 게임밖에 안
The door here
켜놨는데?
leads out
원래
onto the
최저가
palace
안 좋으면
balcony.
이런가?
You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
오지 말래. 뒤로 간다. 아, 여기 아니다. 다시 데려갈 거야. 근데 불쌍한데?
What? Are you still here?
네, 가요. 어이씨. 좀 무서웠어. 나 무서워서 호다닥 나왔잖아, 지금. 인정? 와, 나왔다. 너무 많은 걸 알았는데, 나?
A new face. See you.
이러고 이제 내가 할 만한 게 이거 증거도 더 찾아야 되네. 아, 이거 류마티즘 치료법. 어?
Oh, it's you.
율리아 정상
Sorry.
돌아왔구나.
I'm still a bit out of it. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. Oh, a priestess, but if that's the case, I mean, all it really does is make bad people better
이거
at hiding
맞아,
their sins.
봐봐.
And good
제가
people
처음에
too
말했잖아요.
frightened to
이런 법이
stand up for
있으면 나쁜
themselves.
사람은
I've
보다
seen
착한 사람이
Malleolus,
손해본다고.
Claudia and Domitius make grown men cry. Romans. They don't cry
와, 나
easily.
천재인가?
They've never physically hurt anyone. But the point, they've got people running scared because everyone knows Malleolus is
겁을
the
먹고 있대.
favorite to win today's election. Really? Then I hope fortune smiles on you, friend. As much as I'm grateful that you...
알았어.
The golden rule. That's the least
얘네들
of my
알고 있네,
worries.
황금률이 없다는
The
걸.
gods may be cruel, but man, please, just persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you. Look, if you don't have time.
Okay.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii.
그 여자가?
She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up
나한테도
that
그랬잖아.
much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia. And she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock.
미친.
Drink this, she said. And you'll be out of
그
here in
죽는
no
게
time.
방법이었구나. 미친년이네
I
이거.
demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she...
그럼 얘는 몸만 팔고...
She laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the
둘이
two
짜고
of them
친다고?
had planned the
어쩐지
whole
그
thing
해독약을
from the
팔잖아.
beginning.
2,000에.
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths. So he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral. And made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock.
와.
I just wanted it to be over. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met and tried to swindle the other. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. On it. I doubt it. At least until someone breaks the goal. A lot. But it doesn't matter.
자살 약속했대.
I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together.
야, 얘 남자친구
He's
빨리
probably
가야 돼.
already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself. I doubt you could make it. I don't know.
빨리 갈게. 빨리 가자. 살려야 돼. 위스퍼 조용히 해. 나 지금 저기 가야 돼. 살려야 돼. 와 진짜 못 빠져나가게끔 만들긴 했네 여기. 그쵸? 진짜 여기 무슨 자기 그들만의 세상이야. 네, 위스퍼 여러 명인 것 같더라고요.
Welcome.
I can't believe this is how
빨리 빨리 빨리.
Oh no, 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 no.
이 게임이 약간
Orpheus, what are you
나비효과
doing?
게임이다 보면. 그쵸?
That's what I'm sorry. You,
센틸라 이야기하고.
well, you don't. If I.
당신
Oh,
차례요.
Really? But we're still in debt bondage to that.
자.
Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus.
어쩌지? 아. (1번) (2번) 뭐 할까요? 와 1번 2번 중 이거 아 뭐 해야 되나? 아니 난 둘 다 별론데 2번이 낫나 그래도?
Oh, I'm out.
아 틀렸다.
Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
근데 이거는 뭐라든 떨어졌을 것 같긴 해. 이거는 리게임 해야 되는 원래 그런 것 같아. 원래 이런 거 같아. 얘 원래 이런 듯?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and that was
이거 증거도 찾아야 되거든요, 쟤. 생각해보니까 쟤 연설하는 증거도 찾아야 돼. 어? 열쇠 들고 여기 와야 되나? 온다. 누구? 잠깐만. 오나? 연설 연습 중 군.
I am delighted and
자 갈게요.
honored to have been elected.
여기 우는 소리 들려.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Domitius!
좋겠다.
This is outrageous.
다시 올라가 볼까?
Still here.
저기요?
Do I need to call Domitius? Get out before I have Domitius throw you out.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
이거면은 살릴 수 있어. 이렇게 하는 게 맞는 거 같아 내 생각엔. 인정? 2000이 있어야 스토리가 진행될 것 같아. 그 절벽 위에 소년 그 사람. 이거 진짜 돈이 있어야 진행되는 게 맞는 것 같은. 그냥 문 열어 문 열어. 내가 더 빨리 들어가죠. 굿. 자 이제 그럼 다시 해보면 됩니다. 리셋하면 그만이야. 자, 얘한테 독약 주라고 하자. 그 독약 해독제. 이건 내가 할게.
Yulia.
그리고 이것도?
Alright.
오, 다 해주네. 오케이, 개꿀. 그러면은 나는 이제 저기 저 소녀 저 절벽 가면 되네. 개꿀인데? 쟤 그래 달리기 꽤 빠름.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
가자 가자. 2,000 있지. 3,000이나 있네요. 걔나 있음? 3,000 있음? 멈춰!
Well,
I can't believe this is how it ends.
oh no, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from what?
Why?
Help!
You. Well. If. Oh.
춤이 될 수
Really?
있죠. 봐봐.
Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then. You'd do that for us? Couple of complete strangers.
얼굴 처음 본다.
It seems today we're both blessed.
와,
This
이렇게
did
하는 게
not
맞았어,
turn out
플레이가.
how I thought.
레전드네. 내가
Thank you,
약인 게
friend.
아니라 이렇게 하는 게 맞았구나.
I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could... I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend.
여사제? 왜 여사제 또 뭔데? 미치겠네. 여사제 만나러 간대? 이번엔 무슨 일이야? 아, 저 위에서 타는 거네. 여사제는 여기잖아. 무슨 일이야?
A new face, are they? Oh my. Oh, let's... You know... Karen.
어?
Older. I see. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others? I really think you should. Go around and ask them
규칙?
what they
강물이요,
remember
강물.
and see if you notice
강물. 기억을 다 잃었어요.
I know. I just don't want to see what
리비
happened to
할머니 그
Lydia
중얼거리는?
happen to you too. You have? Then what is it?
강예희요.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. Keep asking people how they wound up live. And did you notice it?
더 물어봐야 된다고?
Come back.
규칙이 또 있나? 물어보자.
What is it, sir? I don't see why not.
한니발. 센티아 얘기해주자.
Not sure why you... What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. No, it's not that. But I learned long ago, not but I don't want... Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman.
센틸라가 그 둘째 여자 아니에요?
Really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, you might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. Just want to treat you an inferior as you would. Can't ask for. Well, I threaten you because it's. What? Seems that way. If you like. Or.
말해주자. 딸 있거든요, 딸. 얘한테.
Oh, another one fresh. Well, I don't. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm some... Oh, you're...
아니, 조졌다. 아버지? 첫째 딸이 시기한 것 같은데.
I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Is that about? Seems rough. Ask. You see, and
이건 아닌 것 같아.
Please tell me. If
잠깐만.
If I understand Persephone, if you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, thus, good. I will hours of give the sex
뭐
before.
딸한테 잃을 게 없네.
Very well.
아, 어떻게 왔는지 물어보자.
Sex. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under... As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but I was elected there so... Very...
뭐야? 아, 나 마우스 안 움직인다. 마우스 배터리 다 됐어. 마우스 배터리 다 됨. 와, 빡세. 자, 그러면 아이고 어잉? 탭에서 하하 일단 가자. 저 왼쪽 집으로 가보자. 얘 말 안 걸어지겠지? 당신은 어떻게 오게 되셨죠?
Malleolus isn't receiving vis. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to
도미티우스가 이
Malleolus?
사람이구나.
You. Why? You want to see me? Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me, and they keep coming back. Whatever.
가자. 내가 저 탈색했어요.
Arve. Arve.
아니요.
And did you?
낯선 사람. 오, 맞아.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else?
더요?
Livia.
알았어요.
Name's Rufius. Can't talk long. Family's from Seleucia and Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Same way as... Because we're... If you... Nobody is supposed to know about that. Did Lucretia tell you? Gah. Look, I haven't been at my best lately. All my joints ache constantly, and the pain. It has a way of messing with your head. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me, and then there's the statues and my doubts.
그러니까 아파가지고 계속 강아지 소리 마냥.
I just want to scream. You want to help me?
고통을 없앨 방법.
What about it?
치료제요.
Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. It was too much. I owe you one. No, I don't. Melio. No.
바꾸자. 아 이거 센티우스 뽑기해야 되는 거지?
Fine. I'll vote, but no more faith.
아닌데? 아닌데? 씨발. 아 이거.
I mean, seems. I don't know. So you.
아 이거 그 갈 어쩌고 걔를 지금 투표 나가게 해야 되는데. 아 저 오늘 탈색했어요.
You made it. Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. I have some right here. Could you? Thank you.
이미 줬는데.
That's a.
Citizen. Can.
아씨. 갈레리우스 투표 그 뭐야 나가라 해보자. 갈레리우스 저기 있지. 안녕하세요.
Scintilla and I were in love. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I heard a young woman singing. I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof. And that's when I saw her, standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled.
첫눈에
I
반했네.
knew it, and from the moment she asked my name with this warmth, and so for weeks on end, each night we'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do once we got out of here. Like having our own vineyard. And then one morning I woke up and everyone was out searching for her. All I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. All I know is she loved me. And if she had known a way out, she would have told me. She'd never have taken her own life. And there's no way anybody could have killed her under the golden rule. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even now, it's as if I can hear her voice in my head. Somebody abducted her. I have no idea how or who would want to do something like that to such a sweet, lovely girl.
그건 아니겠지?
But what else could have happened? My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. I have no idea where he'd be keeping
저택의
her.
위층 어딘가에?
But I've never seen the inside of it. And I haven't been able to steal. But I
나
have a
열쇠
feeling
있는데?
that if you could... Really?
없던데?
I was sure he was hiding. I feel like I've looked everywhere. First, the palace.
궁전.
If Navia managed to get in, then I suppose the only other place she could be is somewhere in the cistern network.
그래,
I remember
저택에도
hearing that
없었어.
Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was... All right, friend.
Salve. Oh. Anyway.
이미 줬어요.
Thank you, friend. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little
바위동굴에
doorway
계단이
set
있고
into the
바위로
rock.
들어간다?
It's unfortunately one of those. If you can figure out how to get, even up. I've bounced the idea around, but for because senters gladly.
아, 이거 얘 빨리 판사 출마해야 되는데.
And how?
아, 얘 사연도 들어보자. 얘 사연을 안 들어봤네. 얘를 근데 출마시키려면 돌린가? 걔를 풀어야 되나 봐. 아닌가?
I'm a farmer. Always had. One day, when I was about 20, my father
좀
told me
빨리
to run into the
넘길게요.
house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left, I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open,
인중을
reeled
쪼개버렸다고?
there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was my home was reduced to ash. My sisters dead. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this. Unfortunately, they were just. I spent a few years working for my new master. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found. I'd probably still be there too. If it wasn't for the stampedes breaking, everybody was running down. Next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me up.
낯선 사람이.
That's what I thought. See, I finally had my... Until Sentius the Decurion demand... He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll... So, it turns out our deep... But don't you worry. Thanks, friend. Anyway... I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but...
그렇네. 나도 기억을 상실. 오케이. 야, 사제야. 기억 상실이 공통점이었어. 야, 이거 사제. 에퀴티야.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. You mentioned earlier.
왜?
You met a
카레요,
young woman in
카레.
the forest named Karen.
기억해, 카레라고 외웠거든.
I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before.
예?
There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the bath. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing
그치
together.
그치 오해받으면 안 되지.
Citizen.
시민이요? 일단 몰래 그이는 조각상들의 눈을 가자. 문 닫고 뭐야? 야, 목욕탕도 무섭게 생겼는데? 헉! 목욕탕 왜 이래? 망나뇽 나오겠어. 왜 여기서 보는 거임?
All right, you're here. You were asking
얘가
how you
알고
knew the young
보니까
woman you met
두
by
건
the
쓰는
river
거
was wearing a
아님?
hood.
나예요.
Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to
아,
make
나
out
그
in this
있어.
light.
손전등.
If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp! But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river
저
in a
동전으로
forest to
성별정
find a
있잖아.
hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it.
처음에 성별 이걸로
Only your
정했잖아.
pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that
그 우리
separates
죽기
the land
전에
of the
막
living
그거란
from the
건가?
land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose
맞아.
change.
이런 말 했었는데
Feels like
카론이
I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute.
처음
Sorry
했던
if I
말이잖아.
sound cagey. It's just that
처음에 나한테 했던
I don't
말.
always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so.
여기가
It's all
저승이었어.
starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fire.
그러니까 마지막에 도망치다가 여기 온 거라서
None of them escaped with their lives after all.
다 죽어가지고 여기 온 거야? 그럼 이제 여기서 나가면은 살 수도 있는 건가?
It also
그건 안
tells
되나?
us that the golden rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been father of riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Rome, each of them is slightly different. Whether the storyteller was Plato, but they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a
카론이랑 뱃사공을 만난 이야기는 꼭 들어가요.
It was said that he'd help the new
오홀.
arrival cross only if they could pay him with a coin. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin
동전
in their
물려서 묻는
mouths.
관습.
Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. That was my first thought, but it was also possible for the living to... To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and you say you saw a young woman named Karen with... And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named... But whatever form this stranger took, I suspect...
카론 맞나 봐?
Now that we don't have much to go on, except the old Hercules, the demigod and son
헤라
of Jupiter.
오브레스 시시포스.
Orpheus. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead.
와, 그래서
They
로마
persuaded
신화랑
the
관련
goddess
있어서
of
존나
the
재밌음.
underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help
영이
of his
안내를 받아서
spirit
비밀의
guide,
문으로
who
가야
led
될 것
him through
같은데
a
나는
secret gate.
텔포가
So
있잖아.
it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the
도움을
underworld
받아서
head-on,
탈출해야 되지
or find a
않으려나?
way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic. First, Proserpina. It's said the god of the underworld abducted
맞아,
and dragged her
납치한
here
것도
against her will,
있었지.
forcing her into marriage. If the story... The problem is, how do we communicate? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. Truly? And you're only bringing this... Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of
근데 얘 왜
things
이렇게
does it say?
수상하지?
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a
표정이
benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of
얘가
Proserpina
카론 아니야?
herself. If she has
무서워.
indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid... Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Oh, all Roman... You may refer to him as... Shh. As I said, her... Are you telling me that you can?
나 금 화살
So,
있는데.
if you... Who knows? But first, you'd need an audience with you. The problem is, the door has been... I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated... It looks as though somebody, or a series of... If you could recover... It's the towering stone monument. You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. However,
나를 왠지
this
실험하는 것
one is
같아.
unusual, in that each of the four... That means you'll need to... I'm afraid you're on your own with that
아,
one.
나 명판 안 하고 싶은데.
Perhaps... I don't know. Could... It would have... And there's... If I were you... But... It's a reason... And even... Alright. I would suggest... As for lip...
아, 뭐 하지?
In any case, time may Fortuna guide you.
나는 싸우고 싶지 않아. 무섭거든. 물살을 헤치고 나아가?
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana.
물살을 헤치고 나아가래.
Greetings and salute. And in a my name is Georgios, yes. But they do. I am at first, but the plague and be. I hope that.
저는 근데 싸우는 것보단 물살을 헤치고 나아가라. 그거 해볼게요. 물살 밑에 비밀 통로 있나 본데? 바다 밑에? 야. 물살에 치고 나아가. 여기. 아니었다고? 여기? 막혔네. 여기 물이 아닌가? 물살을 해치고 나 포딘가 보다. 와 아니었어. 미친. 마인크래프트였으면 여기였는데. 까비. 리얼임. 마크였으면 요거였음. 와 물살을 해치고 나아가. 물살을 해쳐라? 죽나? 물살을 해치는 건 사실 물이 좀 강해야 되지 않나 싶은데. 이쪽 한번 가볼까? 여기 안 가봤잖아요. 여기 왜 올라가기 근데 있음? 안 되네. 어? 물살을 해치고 어? 이건 대신전 가는 게 같은데? 이건 처음에 내 나온 길이잖아. 올라가 보지 뭐. 연어마냥 물살을 뭐야? 저거 불 쏘는 건데. 아, 나 활. 뭐야, 동전 주머니였어 그냥? 물살을 해치고 나아가. 대신도 한번 가볼까? 이미 왔지만. 근데 뭐 조사한 게 없어서. 어? 여기 왔던 데잖아. 뭐 하세요? 뭐야?
What you did was... Even if I had seen it, and I'm... What you're doing is just...
끝나네.
Ah.
좀 둘러보죠. 어? 여기 상부수조인가봐. 여기를 들어갈 기발한 방법을 찾으라고? 옥타비아님?
Lovely to see. Please, there was a... Even if I had seen it. I'm afraid not. I don't think
목욕탕인가?
Oh. Here. Oh.
아 얘를 데리고 갈 수가 있나? 진짜 목욕탕밖에 없긴 하거든요. 목욕탕고? 목욕탕 가봄? 여긴 뭐지? 어? 설마 안 가짐. 목욕탕 가자. 여긴 뭐야? 휴지 대신 이거 화장실이야? 싸다가 에헤 제일 슬퍼. 싸지도 못하고 싸다가 변낀 채 사망. 에반데 변낀 채 사망은 좀 그런데. 잠깐만 얘랑 한번 말 걸어볼게요.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die,
갈레리우스 너가 선거 나가야겠지? 어때?
and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
그러니까 이걸로 출마할 것 같긴 해 뭔가.
Yes, but
is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but
if I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, all right?
All right, Galerius. See you then.
Oh.
나가자. 와, 아직도 얘는 선거에 안 나갈 거야?
Because
선거 안 나갈 건가 봐.
Hello? Do you like it? Like...
대박.
Yeah, Galerius will let me. My friend, he gave... Oh, no.
이제 나가나? 제가 이제 선거 나가기 했거든요? 선거 소집을 요청하고 이거부터 해야 되나 보다. 오케이, 일단 물보다는 선거부터 나가게 하는 게 맞긴 한데. 땡겨달라 하자. 선거. 갈레리우스를 추천하고 싶습니다.
I like the idea. It was only so. Yuka?
이건 안 돼. 이거 걔부터 설득해야 돼. 걔가 사퇴하면 얘한테 얘 다시 그거 해야 되나? 야, 말레올로스.
Look, if... Of course not. Look, of course.
근데 얘도 사퇴하려고 하기에는
You are...
증거가 더 없어.
I try.
얘 증거를 더 찾아야 되는데 달래보자.
Talk. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. I think a better question is, I have quite enough...
Oh!
An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What?
감?
You know, I may have the very thing you're... Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name.
와, 이름을
Now,
잘못 적어?
addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering
자기
women.
이름을 틀렸대.
But in this case,
레전드.
the name
그럼 나
he
이제
got
증거로
wrong
내가지고 쟤
was his
사퇴시킬 수
own.
있네.
I'll let it go, but to withdraw. Listen, I may not. You must think me.
조졌다.
Do I need?
아. 좀 이따 와야 되나 보다. 아. 어쩌지? 이거 다시. 아. 리셋 어떻게 시키지?
Still here.
리셋 하려면 다시 훔쳐야 되나?
That's quite.
이거 리셋해야겠다.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
이거 리셋할게요. 아, 돈은 필요 없음. 이거 대답을 잘못해서 리셋해야 돼. 물보라를 일으켜 따따따따따따따따 넘어가. 자, 그리고 일단 그러면 그 여자부터 먼저 해야겠다. 오른쪽에.
You? All right, then.
다 해주세요. 다 부탁드립니다. 그리고 난 오른쪽에 가서 그러니까 그 여자 부인부터 설득해야 될 듯? 그 왼쪽에 그 둘리랑 얘기하는 게 아니라
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
쟤네 집 처음 들어가려면 위로 가야 돼. 요쪽으로 떨어져야 돼. 다시 살려야겠네. 그 남자. 여기서 뭐야?
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh, P.S. What?
You... Well, if... Oh,
이거 2,000 또 해야 돼?
Yulia...
아...
So... No. I am out.
Ah.
Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Oh, Pierce, no!
일단 증거 확보해도 얘가 죽어도 다시 하면 되거든요. 어? 아 죽여야 되네? 아 죽여야 얘가 기도하는 곳을 내가 갈 수 있어. 레전드. 어? 개꿀인데? 너무 먼데? 그래도 한 번은 해야 됨 이거. 명판이 있지 않나 싶은데. 수조가 하나? 아, 나 저기 그 부인 그 뭐야 저 사퇴시키려면 증거도 수집해야 돼. 다시 올라와야 돼. 그만 내려가. 그만.
Citizen.
어디까지 가는 거야? 왼쪽으로 간다고? 여기는 한 번도 안 갔던 것 같은데 나? 물인가 여기? 설마? 뭐야? 기도원인가? 뭐야? 뭐야 얘? 여기에 비밀 성소인데? 이건 쟤만 들어갈 수 있는 듯? 그러면 난 여기 둘러보면 되겠지? 밑에 여긴 뭔데? 예. 길 잃기 딱 좋다. 이거 아까 내가 한 거잖아. 정면으로 가서 뭐야? 지금 나 계속 한무 반복. 넘어갈 수 있나 보네. 맞다. 물고기. 부의 아버지 플루토. 명판 하나 얻은 듯.
What are you doing here? Please leave.
네, 뭐 끝났어요. 나갈게요. 문 열어.
I said, please leave. You're trespassing.
알았어. 예. 나가고. 그럼 여기 했으니까 여기도 한번 둘러볼게요. 아, 여기가 이렇게 밖에 나오는 곳이야? 어허. 그러면 나가자. 이제 그 부인 단서 찾자. 아 씨발. 거짓말. 아, 매콤달콤 소스 알고 2개월부터 감사합니다. 뽀방이 매니아 고마워요. 개반해. 아이고 구독 감사합니다. 아예 죽어버렸어.
I'll have to.
이건 알았으니까 나중에 가고 여기 온 김에 떨어져서 제 생각에는 저거 먼저 괜찮죠? 어차피 이것도 해야 돼서 바로 부인이랑 부인이랑 얘기해. 열쇠.
And now,
그 돈 훔치는 건 좀 이따 해야 돼. 말 걸고.
Talk.
이거 신경 쓰지 마세요. 감이었죠, 이거.
You know, now but
여자들끼리 뭉쳐야죠.
I couldn't agree more. It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you.
포도주 있어.
After all I've heard tonight, I am so.
여기요.
Thank you.
포도주는 나 많았어.
Here's the letter.
편지 나이스. 뭐 미친. 획득.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really. What? He's. Oh no. That's. Give me that immediately.
뭐라 해? 아 진짜 뭐라 하지? 아 나 진짜 못하겠. 갖고 초기할까? 그래?
What? It was a lie. This is outrageous. Do I?
됐다. 뭐야 그냥 끝이네? 그럼 바로 협박합니다. 이 나쁜 놈아.
Did you? Well, I. So, you're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me. Fine. Ruling. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal.
근데 죽었는데 어떡하지? 아, 안 죽었나 아직? 죽었는데?
Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
아 이거 리게임 해야 될 것 같은데? 죽어가지고.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But
닉겜하고 이거 다시 알려야 되는 게 맞는 것 같은데. 예. 돈 훔치고. 훔칠 거 없느냐? 말한대. 이따 한번 보라고? 그럴까? 아, 근데 부인방 아니야. 이거 보는 게 안 될 듯. 이미 죽은 사람 못 살림 내가 봤을 때.
The many shall suffer
이거 다시 하는 게 나아요.
for the sins of the one.
협박이 안 돼서 릭게만 했겠습니다. 그리고 이제 다시 시작하면 됨. 이제 편지는 들고 있을 거거든요. 계속. 그쵸? 한 번 얻은 건 계속 들고 있으니까. 나는 리셋이 안 되기 때문에. 달리기 느린 거 보소? 쯧쯧. 왜냐면 다 해놓고 마지막에 또 죽어야 된다면 이것 때문에 그게 더 찝찝한 게임이. 돈도 있다 나. 돈 있지. 오 4,000이나 있네. 오케이.
Alright.
이것도 한다고?
I'll go.
그럼 돈도 안 갚아도 되겠는데?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
쟤한테 알려야 되나? 아마 자살 안 할 것 같긴 한데 일단 저기부터 알아볼게요. 뭐해?
Not a good time, friend.
자살하러 안 가네? 안 간 거잖아, 쟤 자살하러. 그럼 이제 둘리 만나면 되겠다, 둘리. 둘리 쪽 가면 아마 걔 있을 때 갈 피우스인가, 걔. 아, 존나 아픈 티 존나네.
Wonder how much one of these stack. Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun? Certainly.
이건 좀 이따 해야 되나 보다. 들린다 왜? 이것도 가나 보다. 성소에.
Hello? Hello?
잠깐만, 이거 아직 전화하지 못했나?
Well. Oh well, let me know if you change your... You mean how the... Oh, right. Most haven't seen... Oh, but... The girl? Weren't you listening? I mean, so I put... And in one swift... No, I died. Only when I came to, I was... Thank you, friend. Look around you. There must be more... Very well.
얘 투표하게끔 해야 되는데. 근데 걔부터 나가야 돼.
Welcome. That's...
슬퍼하지 말아요.
Sorry. You... I... Thank...
다 알고 있네. 그럼 나 지금 뭐 해야 되지? 후보자 추천만 하면 되나? 야, 너 나갈래? 없는데? 얘 어디 있어? 얘 어디 갔냐?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
아니 걔 어디 갔어? 갈 어쩌고. 갈레리우스 아직 안 왔어? 심부름하느라 아직 안 왔나 본데. 갈레리우스. 이제 전한다. 이제 저 위에 가서 전하고 있어? 미친. 짱 느려. 내가 하는 게 더 빨랐겠어.
We're free! Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
축축. 다음 뭐 하는데 너? 아니 움직여서 전하는 거였어. 시티즌 계속 불러. 바빠 보인다고? 아, 쟤 할 때까지 기다리는 거임 너? 얼굴이 폈대. 그럼 이게 뭐 한 거야? 쟤? 얘 화났다. 기다리자. 드라마 봐줘야 돼 끝까지. 다음. 야 갈레리우스. 다음. 보기 좋아 보이네. 선거 후보 사태. 뭐야 텔레파시 보냈어? 다른 사람이 하는 말을 믿지 마라 했는데.
Shalom. Shalom.
오.
All right, friend.
한 대. 존나 바빠 보임. 이제 사퇴했음. 그리고 이제 내가 얘한테 추천하면 되나 본데?
Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
NPC 코딩된 거 보는 중. 코딩 굿.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've just... Oh, come on. You're a Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Sisyphus was he was forcing... Oh. Anyway, so... Oh, and I'm...
설득했고.
Oh, now, I'm going to keep... Oh, and if our
됐다. 나 대화 귀찮아지는 거 어떻게 알지?
Well, I've been...
이거 했는데.
Alright.
이거 했는데 왜 또 해달란 거야? 닉게임에서 그런가? 팟캐스트 다시 해야 돼. 아, 다시 말하면 또 뜨나?
Fortune smile on you, sister.
야,
I'm
어?
but my but maybe that's not. I'll.
좀 꼬였나?
Oh,
아까 떴다고?
well, I want more. Yeah,
그거 약간 죽기 전 아니에요?
that's. All right.
근데 뭐 오류였던 것 같아요. 지금 없는 거 보니까, 그쵸? 기발한 방법을 찾아라. 요거 먼저 하자. 상부상조. 저거 어떻게 하는 거더라? 어디였지? 괜찮아. 캐 사라져서 안 해도 괜찮을 것 같습니다. 옳은 것 같아. 얘는 화났고. 여기도 좀 이따 해보자. 그냥 들어갔다가 나올 거임. 여기는 왔고 돌아서 여기야. 존나 어이없네. 해서 그런가? 아, 나무알이었어 이거? 아씨. 이런 것도 한 번씩 보고. 뭐 열쇠 있네? 됐다. 화살 2개 손실했네. 여긴 뭐지? 응? 오! 관습을 벗어나겠다. 오래된 두루마리. 여기는 그냥 뭐 없고 갑시다. 됐다. 야! 괜찮아?
Hello? Do you... But... like... Yeah. Go.
아, 이제 투표하자고 하면 되는 거 아님? 아, 일단은 근데 도움 줬던 애들한테 말 다 걸어서 야, 너 뽑을 거지? 걔? 이렇게 물어봐야 돼. 아, 저 이 새끼는 지금 화났다. 아, 얘는 투표 안 할 거야? 왜 투표한다는 말을 안 하냐?
Greetings and salute.
오! 다 갈레리우스 하나 봐. 이제 그러면 투표 될 것 같은데? 아, 일반 여성이라 없구나. 맞다. 갈레리우스. 다 갈레리우스 한대. 맞다, 여자는 안 되지. 그러면 바로 투표하자. 땡기자 하자. 이제는.
A new face. As yes, very well.
나이스.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our
동점되려나
magistrate.
설마? 아니겠지? 설마 3명 확정.
May Apollo keep you safe.
선거 게임은 아니고 제가 이 마을을 살리는 건데 좀 복잡합니다. 설명하려면 가시복이나 유튜브 보시는 게 나을 거예요. 지금 너무 후반이라 설명이 불가능. 아, 여기가 투표하는 곳이야? 율필스 너도 할 거잖아, 니가. 진짜 이거 그냥 뽑히겠는데? 걔는 좀 느린가 봐. 센피우스 왔네? 센티우스 뽑을 애가 1명밖에 없는 것 같은데. 2명? 3명. 설마 이거 약초파한 애까지 해야지만 되게끔 한 거 아님? 당선?
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting.
오, 이런 식으로 해?
As I say your name,
공개?
your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
왼쪽부터네.
Georgius.
Galerius.
자, 1대1.
My dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
2대1.
Virgil.
3대1.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my
3대2.
life.
Rufius.
The man
3대3.
who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have
3대3인데?
made your decision. But it seems we
이거
have
봐,
a
약초파한 애까지
flaw.
해야
In the
되네.
absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new
이 좆됐다.
election
이거
is
망했다.
held 1 month from today.
근데 내가 무로 싸워버렸어.
Today you have sent me a message, and I want you to know I have heard it loud and clear. I vow to spend the next month winning back your trust. Thank you for this opportunity, and may the gods watch over
아, 망했어.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
말해야 된다.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer
얘 살아갔다. 아,
for the
망했다
sins
이거.
of the one.
이거 약초파한 애까지 꼬셔야 돼. 그래야 3대4로 무조건 일 시키고. 약촌 내가 줘야 되나? 활 줘야 되나봐 내 생각에. 황금알 그냥 줘야 되나 본데? 근데 약촌 내가 하자. 아니 그냥 다 시키고 활 주면 돼. 이거 다 시키는 게 맞는 것 같아. 다 시키고 나무활 들고 다니자. 포지품창에 근데 무조건 황금알 이야기할 것 같은데 난. 그 약초파는 애한테 가서 그냥 어떻게 나왔어 하니까.
Greetings and salutations.
Salve. Hello there, friend. Are you well? Very well. Well, now you talk. Oh, that's all right. Well, how do I know I can?
뭐라 해?
I suppose. Here's your money now.
아, 이거 맞아?
What? I can't take. You promised it. What is this?
아, 망했다.
Don't even.
아, 이거 다시. 얘 죽어. 아, 어렵네. 자살. 출마하고 말 걸어서 투표하라 해야 되나? 그냥 기다릴까요? 무조건 기다려야 되나 보다. 화장실은 다녀오자. 아, 아니다. 여기서 시작하면 안 된다. 내 마지막 저장 지점이네. 그럼 다시 훔쳐야 되네. 이거
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
The many shall
훔쳐서 다시
suffer
돌려.
for the sins of the one.
근데 좀 애매한 게 많네, 그쵸? 그리고 그냥 활을 줘야 되나? 근데 황금알 없으면 안 되잖아. 나 황금알 없으면 안 될 것 같은데 느낌이. 나무알 주나? 그걸 모르겠음. 나무알 주는 건가? 한번 줘봐. 주긴 해야 될 때 만약에 다 기다려보고 다 시키고 화장실만 좀 다녀오겠습니다. 근데 누구 투표권에 뜨던데 그때 갈레리온가 얘 없던데. 얘 이름 왜 이렇게 어렵냐? 갈레리우스 맞지 않나?
Alright. What?
저희 중앙에서 화장실 좀. 아, 사태 안에서? 그럼 무조건 기다리자.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
여기 딱 세워둘게요. 캐릭터. 오케이. 화장실 좀.
Thank you
맞아. 아, 여기에 딱 2명 서. 왼쪽 사제, 오른쪽 갈렐리우스. 옆에 서. 딱 서, 너네.
Salve, Rufius. I hear you've been suffering from rheumatism. Sorry to hear about that, friend.
What? My condition is
어떻게 알았지?
nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment?
이게 어떻게든 얘 갈렐리우스를
Thank God.
일하게 해야 되네요.
Finally, some
얘가
relief after all
해야지
this
투표를 하잖아.
You're
그쵸?
a good man, Galerius.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
와, 근데 진짜 금발하고 나서 머리가 잘 안 보여. 진짜 캠 화질이 점점 나빠지는 것 같지? 새로 고침. 아니, 캠 화질이 나쁜 게 아닌데 나빠 보여. 머리 때문에. 머리 때문이었네? 아, 이게 나쁜 게 아닌데 머리가 지글지글 거리는 거 같냐? 밝아서. 심지어 제 머리카락 하나 빠지잖아요? 낚싯줄 같은 뭔가 그 밝으니까. 탈색 한 번도 아니고. 아니요? 여기에서 이제 덮어요. 나 어떻게, 나 두피랑 다 녹은 거 아니야? 아프진 않은데 어떻게 관리해야 되지? 트리트먼트 이제 많이 해야 되나요? 탈색하고 나면? 나 머리 감을 때 완전 느낌 이상하면 어쩌지? 무슨 색 하냐고요? 모르겠어요. 오, 빨라. 가라. 아, 금발은 방송에서만 어울려요. 실제로는 진짜 못생겼어. 완전 못생겼어요. 완전. 아, 너무 안 어울려. 이게 거울을 보면 딱 알잖아요. 어울리고 안 어울리고. 안 어울림. 얼굴. 쿨톤? 아마 밝은 그걸로 할 것 같아요. 오, 다 있냐?
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus.
아직 사제 기다려야 돼, 민정?
Wait.
이거 사제 기다려야 돼.
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
뿌리요? 그럴 것 같아요. 뿌리 탈색이 제일 힘들 듯. 그래서 점점 어두운 염색으로 하잖아요. 그래서 제가 염색을 안 했던 게 뿌리 염색 귀찮아서.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back. And we'll celebrate.
근데 이거 어쩔 수 없다. 내가 직접 할 수가 없음. 얘가 해야 얘를 투표해. 투표본만 지나면 괜찮을 것 같은데. 설정에 뭐 없나? 없네. 저 쉬는 중. 핸드폰이나 할까봐.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
나 연락 개 많이 왔어. 머리 탈색해가지고. 인스타그램 지인 폭주. 완전 폭주야. 헐! 왜냐면 내가 그 탈색한 거 올려가지고. 나 아직 멀었다. 이제 사퇴하네. 사태만 딱 끝나면은 진행될 듯요. 나 진짜 나 무슨 양아치 된 것 같아. 근데 뭔가 뭐 다 염색한 사람들이 다 그렇단 건 아닌데 그냥 뭔가 날라리 같다 해야 되나? 근데 여기서 탈색 한 번 더 하면은 이 머리 될 것 같은데.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challenges
오늘은
are
머리 안
nominated by
감고 머리
nightfall,
올릴까?
Sentius
똥머리.
will be re-elected magistrate by
아
default.
머리 빠졌는데 낚싯줄 같아. 안
I'd like
보인다.
to nominate myself.
밝아서.
If that's all right.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right.
탈색 후 머릿결 관리
Citizens,
어떻게 해야
The
됩니까?
election will proceed.
영양제 많이 바르고 가면 되나? 어?
Salve again, friend.
오!
I went. How is it possible? Tantal. Oh. And. Oh. Oh. Now. Oh. I saw you slow.
아 뜨네.
Thank you. Oh.
굿. 이거 이씨한테 말 걸어볼까?
Salve.
이거 뭐임? 못 믿으실 겁니다 해야 되지?
Well, I'll take your.
뭐라 해야 돼? 1, 2 1? 아까 2번 했다가 1000, 2000, 3000 이렇게 있지 않아? 팔생 없습니다.
Let me know.
투표하실 건가요?
Yeah.
선물!
Certainly.
오!
Pleasure
3000
doing business. Very well.
이제
Hello there. Wow.
아! 아 없습니다. 이제 끝인 건가?
Very well.
말 걸지 말자. 이제 된 거 같은데? 이거 무조건 된 듯? 그러면 이제 그냥 말 걸게요. 투표 빨리 땡기자고. 이거 뭔가 크나큰 반전이 있을 것 같은 건 기분 탓인가? 투표장 가 있죠. 따따라따따라따. 여기 명당이네 여기. 자 모이세요. 투표 시간입니다. 모이십시오. 모여라. 좋은 말 할 때 좋은 말 할 때 모이시길 바랍니다. 아시겠지요? 아 맞다! 도미테우스인가 걔가 싸우려 하는데 어떡하지? 아 조졌다. 아 그것까지 해야 되나? 얘한테 이르고. 아씨 에이. 근데 이번에는 뽑히니까 괜찮을지도.
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus, and late nominee Gallus Galerius Pulver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He
1대1.
saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
1대2.
Virgil.
Sentius.
2대2.
Ulpius.
Galerius,
2대3.
the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
Man
2대4.
treated my rheumatism.
걔가 지금 멸망이죠?
Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius
오!
Pulver.
오!
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted.
이제 쟤한테 센티우스한테 이제 꼰질러도 되나?
I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be
오!
freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day.
나이스.
Nothing else to see here. Move along.
둘리 살랐다. 얘한테 이제 꼰질러도 될 것 같은데?
We're finally alone. Is that a... Seem... Of course.
막을 방법 알아냈다.
Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it, and allow me to explain. The crux of it is this. If, to illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the golden. Excellent. It looks like you'll have... Nothing really. It won't be long before the golden rule... I dare say it... Of course. Yes.
알고 보니 갈레리우스가 깨려는 거 아니야? 지 치안박 쓰려고 아니겠지? 근데 이건 확실하지 않지 않나 솔직히? 근데 아까 전에 아니 근데 나는 말레올루스가 아닌 것 같긴 해요 갑자기. 왜냐하면 아까 전에 그 갈레리우스 있잖아요. 투표 실패했잖아요. 그때 말레올루스가 죽이려 했잖아. 근데 걔가 황금룰을 깨트리려는
Why then it looks...
아씨 모르겠다. 아멘. 돌리한테 가자.
Oh, thank you. You can have my shine, and maybe my friend Hannibal used to look after me. But before that,
귀한 물건 찾으라고?
he gave me a key to the system.
수조 들어갈 열쇠?
Please help me find it. Oh, thank you.
수조 열쇠다. 대신 줄 알아?
Hope you find it.
Maybe it is treasure. I can see it from this. It's just take it. Don't you dare.
The many
안 돼,
shall
훔치면 안 돼.
suffer
아.
for the sins of the one.
저 새끼 훔쳐가지고 아. 어떡해. 근데 이거 아마 저장됐을 거임. 투표부터 할 것 같은데 그냥. 저 반짝이는 걸 빨리 없애야 되나 그냥? 어? 센티우스 왜 죽었지? 아 아니지 그냥 먼저 들어간 거지? 깜짝이야.
Salve, friend. Mine? You?
아 뭐야. 이거 다시 다 해야 돼?
Alright.
아니 그냥 수조 가야 되나 나?
You, Sisyphus.
수조가 어디였지? 잠깐만. 지 열쇠 얻었으니까 그냥 수조 가면 되잖아. 대신 전화래. 맞아. 대신전이 근데 이쪽이지 않나?
That's quite an impressive bow.
아, 그 아까 전에 올리비안가 걔가 갔던 거기 아닌가? 저쪽에도 뭐 가지니까 일단 위로. 둘리가 여사제 만나라고? 응, 안 해. 나 열쇠 얻었잖아. 요게 대신전 아니에요? 여기 밑에 아까 상부수조 열쇠. 아, 거기다. 여기 아까 막혀 있었잖아요. 열쇠 없어서 거긴가 봐. 맞아. 어? 너 왜? 얘다.
You. Who are you? Did he send you? And do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centella. I found a way
뿌리물
out
통하면
through
나갈
the
수
gate of
있다고?
Dawn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a mon. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us out. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy Sentius, my adoptive father. I'm going to take that. I'm done caring about the golden rule.
죽이고.
There won't be enough time. There's no time.
아, 이거 어떡해? 이거 난 솔직한 심정으로 나만 나가고 싶긴 해, 조금. 하지만.
What? No. I hate you. Your bag. There's what? It's no. You're me.
근데 말하면 안 될 것 같긴 해 뭔가. 여기야? 근데 이쪽으로 나가면 안 될 것 같은데. 아, 어쩌지? 무섭다. 인정? 이거 돌리하기 전에 저 새끼 저기 있는 거 봐. 왜 떨어지면 안 되는데? 와, 이거 어떻게 해야 되지? 저거 법대로 하면.
Salve, friend.
큰일 났다. 근데 지금 큰일 났다. 이게 고민인 게 지금 센티오스 말레올루스가 당선되면 반역죄를 무려 처형한다는데? 유기 사건에 그냥 말해야 되나? 아, 말해보자. 나 죽어도 어쩔 수 없다, 선택이. 그냥 내가 봤다, 이놈아. 하자. 근데 어쩔래?
Citizen.
와, 미친놈이네. 자기 딸을 가뒀어.
On your best behavior, I trust.
야!
Ugh, this place.
아니면 아내한테 말해볼까? 아니, 그 여자한테 말해봤자긴 하겠네. 아, 맞나 이거?
We're finally alone. See me? You know, Al.
에? 엘이라는 사람 따라서 내가 왔잖아. 처음에.
Surely. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little
내가
more
얘 이상하다 했지.
disheveled, a little more haunting. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what?
어떻게 나?
Less than 15 times? Impressive. And yet
나
everything
이거
you've done
15번
has
진짠가?
been in vain, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this.
권력이 무섭다,
My
권력이.
title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating
미친놈이네.
itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. And why would I agree to that? I certainly hope not. In fact, I want... What are you going to do? Now, get out of my villa. I thought I told you to get out of my villa.
어쩌지? 이 새끼가 황금을 어떻게? 아, 내가 할 수 있는 게 없는데? 리비아. 투표가 시작된다는데?
A new face. Oh my. That is quite... Let's see. We don't have much to go on. Hercules, Sisyphus and Orpheus both and finally, so it's...
말했잖아.
May for...
잠깐만, 리비아한테 가자. 리비아한테 먼저 가고 신들의 도움 요청해보자.
Arveg. I don't... See you again.
큰일 났네. 자, 일단 리비아한테 먼저 가볼게요. 리비아가 어딨지? 이 밑에 동굴이었던 것 같은데? 할머니? 아, 나 불다였네.
Say, then it is... I thought I had to tell myself it was true, over. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the metamorphoses. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself... There is a downward path. Gloomy, the sluggish Styx exhales vapor. The wide, thorny waste is as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. There the bloodless others fall. I hope I have done, and now we share a secret.
말했고 리비한테. 이거 나 원판 탈출해야 되나 무조건? 왜냐면 나는 이거 무조건 명판으로 나는 신의 개입이 좋은데 사전에 이거 돌리가 뭐 훔치지 못하게 해보자. 여긴 뭔데? 투표장 바로 가네. 내가 봤을 때 이거 돌리가 아까 훔쳐가지고 모든 게 꼬였잖아요. 훔치지 못하게 하는 거야. 아, 훔칠 것 같은데.
Hello? Did you... What was... Could... Oh... Did you... What... Confused. Oh...
이러면 이제 보물 안 훔치나?
Stop. Did you... What was... Oh... Look up... Oh...
용.
좋됐다. 아, 보물 계속 훔칠 것 같은데 이거. 얘는 어디 갔어?
Name's... Fine.
얘 어디 갔지? 나 그 활 줘야 되는데.
Welcome.
Ove.
아니 어디 간 거야 그 남자애. 아 이거 뭐 지도도 없어서 이거를 이거 어쩔 수 없이 돌리 죽여야 되나?
All weapons that are cast into the chasm. Majesty's
아 얘 안 되는데.
Alright.
아니 그 화살 청년 어디 갔어? 내가 화살 줄려 했단 말이야. 수저 구하면 엔딩일 것 같아. 엔딩이 여러 개일 것 같아요. 돌리를 열어주면 안 된다라고. 어?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Salve again, friend. For... Oh, no.
와.
Salve. But maybe that's because he did. Oh, I'll let Equitia know. All right, friend.
아 이거 뭐. 야 여기 청년 어디 갔냐?
Shiny.
아, 진짜 사라졌네?
Ah, and you... Look. Hey, nothing. And then you go. I saw so I but that neat mile. In any case. If there I all I... What? I'm someone, but if you find them... Come back.
베르게르 고민을 멈출 방법.
Oh... Well...
얘만...
My vote... Nice to talk.
짝사랑꾼? 그니까 돌리 뭐 지워줄 수 있는 건 없나?
A golden bow. That.
보석을 동상 움직일 때 나 알았어. 그 거기 들어가는 것 같아요. 동상 일부러 움직여서 여러분 그 동상으로 막혔던 거기 들어가서 그냥 빨리 뭘 가져오는 거야. 보셈. 일부러 비틀어요.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Son of this!
뭐 가져왔지? 나이스. 무빙 굿. 무빙 굿. 무빙 굿이었다 진짜. 나 뭐 훔친진 모름. 몰라 일단 가. 왔다. 뭐야 4,000원이 끝임? 보물 없었어? 돌리한테 뭐 줄 수 있는 거 아니었어? 둘리한테? 에라이 29개 있어. 아니 5개 있어 열쇠. 아 이거 제가 봤을 때 무조건 명판 해야 되는 것 같긴 해. 이거 무조건 하는 거 맞나봐. 일단 시키고. 어?
What? That's a big ask, but I doubt.
나 지금 그 수조로 다 모이라고 했지. 여러분.
Greetings and salutations.
상부 수조로. 리트를 해서 다시 말을 걸어서 했어야 됐네. 어쩐지 그 청량 없더라인요? 일단 들어가야 되나? 이 사람이 올 거예요. 아, 목에 열쇠. 맞다. 조졌다.
We... How did you know? Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
아, 씨발, 잠깐만. 아, 나 무서운데?
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
내가 풀어준 것 같은데?
So
따로군요.
that is how it's going to be.
이거 내 생각에 목이 애들 지금 마을 사람 다 오잖아. 목에 있는 거 열쇠 뺏고 그냥 다 뛰어야 되나 봐.
What are you going to do about it? Of course, there's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden
시간 끌어야 돼.
rule.
마을 사람 올 때까지 시간 끌어야 되나 본데?
Inevitable. Man will
마을
always
사람은
sin
바로
sooner
죽이려나?
or later. Any idiot could tell you this.
목걸이 훔치려고 그러는요? 빨리 찌르려고?
I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death.
죽음을
By
속이는 방법?
reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after you.
툼레이더 주인공 같다.
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity.
미쳤나봐.
Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat
노망났네. 아씨.
I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods.
말
Can you
사람들 언제
honestly
와?
say you would not wish the
근데
same
오기
for
전에
yourself?
시끄러울 거라.
Do you really think you could take on a Decurion with that flip? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, father.
불태웠다. 불태운다고? 손목에 저거 뭐야? 미친.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
빨리 열어.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
나 이제 센티우스 죽었어. 나는 돌아간다. 쟤네는 알아서 피하겠지? 에리다.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, Scintilla and a handful of other citizens managed to escape, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light. What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
얘 지금 과거 가서 다 한 거예요.
I'm sorry, come again?
널 구하러 왔다고.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar?
반복되고
Spent a lifetime
있다고.
in this place, going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping a bunch of others to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
저기야, 성수로가. 쟤는 왜 안 와? 무서워. 맞아, 이거? 강? 무서워. 뭐야?
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else
여기
is
내가
ever
처음에
in this
들어갔던 데다.
You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
처음에 게임 처음 시작 부분이다. 여기에 카렌인가 뭐 걔 나타나지 않으려나? 무서운데. 빨리 와. 에알? 여기잖아. 완전 처음. 시발 전현 있는데?
You're back. But you're alone.
카론 맞아. 엘 찾아오라
Does that
했잖아.
mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much.
이 나쁜 놈.
I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know.
미친.
I suppose you have questions.
You can just call me Caroline, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned from
나 죽으면
5,000
안
years
돼.
of
나
experience
죽이면 안 돼, 진짜.
that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I
저승이야.
brought you here. My role, as the servant
봐봐,
of the God
저승의
of
신의
Light,
하인이라 이런 거예요.
has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a
난 왜
terrible
죽었을까?
trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly.
아는 게 낫지 않나? 게임이니까 궁금.
As you wish. You were murdered.
애한테
You made a purchase
설마.
in a marketplace, and the change you received was, by mistake, a
존나
single
억울해. 와,
silver
개 억울해.
coin of ancient origin. You were seen inspecting it, and soon after, you were set upon by two thieves. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid. You both fought bravely.
엘이 그러면
but your assailants were
상점주인이고
armed,
내가
and
손님이었던
you
건가?
were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was
미친.
Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin called
아.
Charon's Opal by some. And so it
기회
was
한
my
번씩
duty
더
to bring
주시나요,
you
그러면?
here. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin,
그래서
I
비밀을
was to look at
이제
them
알게
and
되면
ferry them here. That is a question
어떻게 돼요?
you would have to ask him, if that were still possible. In light of the path you have chosen, I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose.
아, 진짜?
You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in
퇴직이네.
existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years,
그럼 난
the
어떻게
underworld
해리랑?
has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city.
뭔가
And there was a tablet
둘이
describing an event
같이
2,000
뭔가
years
그거
ago.
같은데.
Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
Huh?
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia and I will never forget you.
Or
what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dulu, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling
율피우스랑
on what
올피우스랑
might have been.
갈레리우스가 둘만?
All we can do is take this gift you've given us and try to show others the same compassion you showed
둘만
us.
죽었네.
We promise you that saving our lives was not for nothing.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat
죽으러
and
가는 거
rest
아니야 이
while
새끼? 나 이 새끼 어떻게 믿음?
ferry you back to
저승의
civilization?
하인인데?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
안 타는 거 없었어? 뭐야? 뭐야 4분의 3번째 엔딩이라고? 죽은 거야? 아 저승의 신과 직접 단판을 지으면 사람을 많이 살리나 봐. 아 뭐야 그냥 혼자 집 갔네? 그러면은 엘은 그냥 뒤진 거임? 나만 집 가고? 이거? 뭐야? 뭐? 띠용? 그러니까 이 엔딩은 가짜 엔딩이라는 것 같은데? 그러니까 4개 엔딩 중에 3번째 엔딩이래. 엔딩이 4개나 된다고? 진님 보려면은 그냥 계속하게 해가지고 석판 찾아야 되나 보네.
Salve.
이거 하면 안 되나 봐. 이거 다 시키자.
Alright.
다 시키고 어차피 몇 개 없거든요 보니까. 아울렐리아한테 가서 그냥 말하면 된 듯. 이거는 약간 열린 결말이긴 하네. 이 집에 갔다는 게 죽였다는 건가 뭔가 어렵긴 해. 너 뭐 알고 있냐 짝사랑?
This is troubling, is it? But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone live.
파비아가? 파비아는 빵집 사람이잖아. 좀 이따 하고. 그니까 뭔가 배 타고 집이라 해놓고 저승 왠지 다 해골이었잖아요. 그래가지고 저승 간 듯 양. 저승 간 듯합니다 느낌에. 저승길 황천길 간 듯. 저기요? 석판 혹시 뭐 아시나?
So, that what I here. What? Oh,
뭐야 석판 옥타비아랑 얘기하는 거 아니었나? 아 에퀴티아네. 에퀴티아는 걔잖아 그 거기. 아 내가 이름을 헷갈렸다. 릴리아 그 옆에 있는.
I don't understand. How did...
Salve.
엔진 여자 어딨지? 빵집 여자 어디 갔어? 둘리랑도 얘기하고.
Hello? Hello? Did you find... Oh, hello?
뭐야? 아 이거 문 열리는 게 참 저것도 문제네. 걔 어디 갔지? 빵집 여자? 빵집 여자님
Salve.
그럼 밑에부터 갈까? 이게 보니까 지하에 있는 여자랑 나랑 둘이서 나가는 엔딩도 재밌나 보다. 근데 이거는 말한 거 아니야? 저기요, 여자님.
Beautiful.
What? Not for a few. I remember because they kept looking at. The one word I kept hearing was.
All right.
게오르기우스. 와, 이거 개빡세. 진엔딩 보려니까. 근데 진엔딩 이거 안 보면 궁금할 듯. 투표 진행 안 되게끔 하고.
Whatever's in that great
야,
temple
빵집
up there on
여자.
the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
빵집 여자 어디 갔니?
Ah. Some good. I'm glad it. But you make it and so we're but I'm all it cool really if it ends up. Of course. Nice.
빵집 여자 어디 있습니까? 목욕탕 가지 말고 지금 해야 되는 게 명판 2개만 찾으면 되는 것 같은데? 게오르기우스. 이게 지도가 없어서 NPC 위치가 안 뜸. 여기 있다. 게오르기우스.
Greetings and salute. Please. Very well. For several months now, I have been sneaking. Each
진짜?
day, I live over in. So I ask. Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100. Nothing. Nobody entered. When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help in. It is the only Greek temple in the city.
목욕탕 가는 길에 오른쪽 마지막 건물.
I do not think you should pursue it, but you do.
와, 나 가라는데? 저게? 그리스 신전 가래. 아, 무서운데? 여기? 뭐 또 일어날 듯. 아씨. 뭐야? 책은 누가 지나갔다? 왜 시프트 왜 뭐 오나? 와! 돌 굴러오나 본데 벌? 이런 거? 아니가 그냥 팀 나온 건가 이거? 왜 시프트? 그냥 멀어서겠지? 저기요?
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere. Tell me.
Ah, Kabash. I will tell you everything the one thing I long for, let us find out. Excellent. I see. Now, wonderful. Would you say you know? But if you... Well, that's... You see out there. So we would tell lies, but under the golden rule. So to... That is an So let me ask you that... How can that be if there is a correct moral code? Are you sure? Or is it... So is it up to each of us to...
아.
So if a man feels that stoning to death is unfair, I agree. And that's a credit to... My point is this. Surely you would agree for any rule if there is... And so...
뭐라는 거야? 빨리 넘겨봐. 나 바빠 죽겠단 말이야.
I'm glad to... In any case...
됐다. 아, 씨.
You seek the plug. It is a cursed object. I will tell you, but you may... Very few know this, but when the Romans came, thus the shrine of... And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, and the city's dwindling Greek resident, they gathered there up. However, there was one thing that always seemed... An even older plug. We had no idea. As a result, we extended the tunnels. Suddenly it made sense why they would... You see.
아, 할아버지 말
But
개
it turns
많아.
out this... I think it is best you... There are certain... Take this...
오, 지하 묘지 열쇠. 굿.
Did we... You... I was back then. It became... I woke...
죄송합니다.
My I think it's safe as...
그냥 가자.
As you would. I enjoy...
말 개 많음 진짜 나. 아, 뭐 나오나? 황금알 온. 하지만 29발밖에 없다. 난 명판만 찾으러 왔다. 나는 명판만 줘라. 문이 잠겼다. 아. 헉. 아, 화살 준다. 뭐 나오나 보다. 100%다. 괴물. 황금 조각상은 어떻게 하지? 황금 조각상인데? 그냥 뛰어들었다. 아, 나 무서워. 뭐야?
Stop.
카바신가 뭐 카바 맞네? 카바시 맞지?
Who are you?
난 손해다.
I am Kaba. And let me guess. That I was planning to here.
뭐야, 이렇게 시켜준다고?
Now. Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of... You may not, in fact, because it speaks... I will tell you. Look around you. See what has become of it. As Egypt declined, and the Greeks had their turn to flourish,
아, 그냥
when
줘라.
they found the obelisk bearing even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people, as if that desecration was not enough, they built... My only solace is that the Greeks then... I am glad to hear it. Which... It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient. It would imply the gods of Egypt, and that my people did. I sense it. You will this work of sacrilege. You are too late.
뭐?
It is done. It could now.
내려가야 되나 보다.
I do not all
아, 스토리인가 봐.
is it. I
아, 스토리다.
you.
아. 조졌다, 나. 아, 무서워. 거짓말! 존나 뛰어! 존나 뛰어! 몰라. 저쪽 가라고? 아, 무서워요. 아, 씨발. 어떡하. 아! 옵스. 아, 피가 없어. 소지품. 뭐 먹을 거 없나? 근데 이거 안 밟으면 되는 거 아니야? 이거 함정이 있나 많은가 본데? 이쪽도 안 가지거든요? 이 돌로 뭐 하나 보다. 이거 알았다. 돌 어디서 오더라? 여긴가? 아, 이거 이쪽으로 갈 수 있네. 뭐야? 아이씨. 뭐야? 똑같은 곳인가? 일단 여기 숨어. 지나갔나 보다. 이거 보면 여기 위에서 오나 보다. 조심하자.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not
제가
a
설마 나 방해 안 와?
That was a promise.
아, 미친놈인가 봐.
You will die here. I disagree. You have under. Very well. Why should I?
와, 이거 뭐로 할까요? 1, 2, 3? 이거 뭐로 해야 되지? 1, 2, 3 중에 얘 심기를 건들면 안 돼.
Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Blasphemous fool!
아, 씨발 이거 아니야?
Good, I can.
The many shall suffer.
이거 잘못 선택했나 봐, 나. Sorry. 근데 이거 뭐가 하든지 스토리일 것 같긴 한데. 스토리인가 봐. 맞나? 길이? 소린가 보다. 아닌가? 죽었어야 됐나? 내가 온 길이잖아. 이거 뭐야? 오잉? 어? 이 상태로 그냥 할 수 있는 건가, 다시? 뭐야, 이거 다시 갈 수 있는데, 보니까? 저 물 찼다. 아이고, 죽나보다. 아니야, 뭐 할 수 있겠지, 뭐. 아, 이거 스토리인가봐. 아닌가? 다 스토리 같아. 나 죽나? 아니, 모르니까 일단 해보자. 와, 나 길을 모르겠는데? 망했다. 따라가보자. 어? 뭐야? 죽었다. 나 죽었어. 그래도 맞는 걸 수도 있으니, 아까 내가 반대로 왔는데, 이렇게? 뭐야? 여긴 또 살아. 뭐야? 내가 이렇게 떨어졌는데? 그러면 다시 여기, 자, 다시 가볼게요. 혹시 모르니까. 인정? 혹시 모름. 맞는 걸 수도 있어. 되돌아오진 말자. 그냥 딱 걸어간다 생각하자. 절대 뜨지 말고. 그러면 걸어가면 이쪽으로 가거든요. 그러면 물 새는 걸 막으려 했었나봐. 막은 게. 여긴 안 되잖아? 그러면 상식적으로 이쪽이겠지? 이쪽? 오, 좋아. 여기서 이제 조졌다. 아, 화살 때문에 죽었네. 안 되나 보다. 그럼 선택부터 다시 하나 봐. 여기서 이제 방해할 거거든요. 들어달라 하고 복구할 거예요. 놓아달라고 할. 황금을 해야 되나?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
아, 이거 뭐 저게 틀린 거 같긴 한데. 틀린 멘트인 거 같긴 해. 그냥 한번 해볼게요. 어제 죽어도 아까 거기로 다시 가니까. 이쪽이 나가는 길이었던 것 같은데. 오, 그냥 나가면 되는 거 아닌가? 근데 이렇게 나가도 의미가 없는 거 아닌가? 라는 생각. 그렇지 않아요? 이게 나가는 게 의미가 없잖아. 어제 명판을 지금 해야 되니까. 그냥 죽자. 아, 이게 이렇게 안 만들었을 것 같아. 신맛 나는 것도 아니고 이렇게 안 만들었을 듯? 그냥 죽을게요. 무조건 이게, 그러니까 선택지 제대로 고르는 게 맞을 것 같아. 죽어야 되는데 안 죽어. 죽여줘. 나 죽여줘. 형님들. 하나씩 다 해볼게요. 죽는 건 빠르니까.
When I told what? But
여기서 황금률 안 되고 이거 안 됐고. 존경?
doubtful. What?
아씨, 침묵의 주인. 얘기나 좀 하려 했죠. 조졌다. 예, 죽을게요. 틀렸다, 틀렸다. 아, 이거 스무고개야. 아, 이걸 밟으면은 물이 차는구나. 근데 이 명판만 얻으면은 진짜 엔딩임. 찐 엔딩.
What? But
존경. 얘기나 하려고 했다가 큰일 났었지. 두 번째.
many of we and did.
오. 선한 사람이 되는 것만도 같이 하는 목표 아니겠습니까? 1번. 오. 아리가또 고자이마스. 나가는 방법이 모르겠는데 어떡하지? 아, 여기 아니다. 또로 돌아갈 뻔. 오른쪽인데 할아버지 쪽으로. 여기. 나이스. 아씨, 나왔다. 깜짝이야. 나 물소리 깜짝 놀랐어.
You've returned.
예.
Good.
예, 저 갈게요. 다 했다. 와우. 근데 이거 길치는 진짜 못하겠다. 길치 좀 길이 빡세. 그러게, 저는 길 좀 잘 차는 편이긴 한 것 같기도 하고. 여기서 저장이라 시프트였음. 뭐 쫓아오는 거 없지? 갑자기 막 뭐 나온다거나 없지? 뭐야? 뭐야? 기분 탓인가? 왜 나가는 뭐야? 문 있다고? 어디? 아, 맞다. 바보다. 됐. 살 것 같아. 살 것 같아. 이제 명판 베르기르가 안 해도 되나? 해야 될 것 같은데. 파비야, 빵집! 빵집 년 어디 갔어? 빵집 그년 어디 갔어? 아니, 빵집 여자 어디 가는데? 안 해도 되나? 이게 그러면 오벨리스크가 대신전적인 건가?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
에키티아 뭐야? 그럼 남자 목소리 뭐야?
I hope you're coping.
율리야 고맙다. 빵집 어디 갔지? 빵집 여자가 사라져가지고 일단 가자. 대신장 갈게요. 대신 근데 저기가 맞나? 알고 보면 여기 아니야? 대신전? 빨리 지네니보 끝내고 싶다. 나 머리 아파. 지금 4시간 자고 뭐 많은 스토리 머리 굴리기 너무 굴렸어. 머리 너무 굴렸지 뭐야. 대신전이다. 이거 열쇠. 이거 열쇠 빵집에 걔가 들고 있나봐. 빵집 이거 해야 되나봐. 앞에 석판이 있다고? 이거야? 미친. 이게 열쇠구나. 무서워. 저장? 저요? 플루토요. 오이씨. 하데스요. 난 뭐지? 뭐지? 잠깐만. 네르가님의 오시리스거든? 근데 그 무슨 사자머리 같은 거였어서 네르가릴 듯. 좋댔다. 네르갈님. 오 마이 갓. 뭐야 이거? 헉! 미친. 헉! 차원 그 현대인 건가 보다. 드디어 만난대.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto
난
to the
하데스로 알고 있.
But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld.
저승의 신 하데스.
And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you?
저승의
And what
신
is
만났네.
more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for
황금알이요?
mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife. Prestigious position. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious.
강한 여인.
Both were beautiful, and both arrived at their hair woven in elaborate fashion, draped herself in jewelry. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana. I shot that
근데 이거
woman in the
그리스
heart,
로마 신화에 있던 거 같은데 비슷한 거.
and I left her to stand there. That she might
그건
serve
황금의
as a
욕심에
grim
가진
reminder of
남자였었나?
what befalls those who sin in mine. But that was not enough for the entire. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for it, and to this day, each of them and all who came, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved. I give your kind a second chance at life, and when you disobey, and so you ask if I am the one you destroy yourselves. I'm able to communicate.
아, 조각상이.
If she was still conscious, I suppose. Then what an odd question.
미친.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics.
네, 유튜브
which I
올라갑니다.
inherited. The golden bow originally belonged to, as my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious and tasked them with hunting down. I've always considered that no attempt to lay out rules. This should come as no surprise. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing. The Roman Stoics added, even the so-called cultists hiding. It is the simplest of yet none of the peoples who Enough. You clearly know nothing. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? The midwife in the palace, yes. The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. They are forsaken.
와.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words.
그냥 얘도 난 별론 것 같은데. 내로남불의 신이야.
Of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately.
어?
Now,
강가한 죄.
do you honestly think I should strike you down for that?
오, 말
Did you
잘한다.
have any other questions?
이게 다 물어봐야 되나? 다른 이야기 하죠.
Very well. It has come to be known simply to ensure the way. To this end, I had
아그나에게는
as
봤죠?
later when they spread to some your as the first wave of your kind. I had them built. I watched wave after wave. Of course, believing them after another 1,000 years, they built upon the underworlds of their predecessors. That is a long story. You see, long ago, my kin, we discovered your planet, and with you all but destroyed yourself. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you. So we revealed ourselves to your people. For a time, you flourished. But we had sown the seeds of dependency. My kin had seen enough. We began preparations to return to Elise, but my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without. She made an extraordinary, and so she began her innocence. Horrified, I acted swiftly. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's. It was and is, but he refused. I did everything I could to persuade. Humans were unworthy of ascension to. But seeing that I was aggrieved, if even one human city could, then Proserpina and all of humanity, my part would be to remain behind. And so my reward has been to lap, so that I might take her with me to Elysium. And here I am, after. Of course. My story. My kin and I all adopt in time. It is a matter of your ancestors, but despite all. No. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this. This is my. Like me. She has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, or perhaps you might know her as. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears Kumutabal to the Sumerians. Curti. Her role is to. For that, you will talk more later. As Good. Only, it seems, it has long been within my power to see. When I peer into you, I see Charon. Where did you find this one?
I do not remember following you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I
How did you come to be in this time, Mom?
cannot know.
와 이거 프로세르피나라고 말해야 돼? 어떻게? 와 이거 어떡하지? 말하지 말라는 거 아니냐 지금? 혼자 왔습니다.
Impossible. Not yet, but I will. Enough of this. Why have you come here? What is it you see?
어? 황금알? 황금알 아니면 황금알로 끝내기.
If you anger me, always so. Tell me.
아.
How so? And be specific. True. I had his cruelty pathetic.
부족하다고?
That is a very every one of those people they failed collect. Ah, but I'm a god and you are a more. Let me ask you, do you ensure they have food and Of course not, because that... My love for her does not mean I'm not superior. Where to begin? In which time we
미쳤나봐. 얘도
accumulate vast
또라이네.
wisdom. It would be most... Because that is the source of... My kin ha... Make your point, Mort. Let me ponder that for a moment. If
존나
you're
이거
right,
말싸움하는 거
then it
존나
would follow
토
that
100분
all this
토론이야.
time I have been... How can I accept your... Wait, what?
넌 인간이야.
What do you say? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, but that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone. Put
아. 이거?
perhaps, but if that was so, your words.
오, 사랑하니까.
As difficult as this is to admit, I have
아,
suspected.
나 그래도 말싸움 잘했나 봐.
I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium. In time, I began to despise
인정하네
her
이제.
for making her believe
내
that it
말빨이
would
또 대단했지.
But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite.
그녀를
Who
가뒀잖아,
knew this
근데.
empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much? This has gone on too long. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for at least... because doing so would violate the rules of my... The best I can do is... I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you... Once this exodus begins, what will become of you is difficult to predict. Now, farewell.
해제한 건가? 저기 갇혀있어. 불쌍해. 어떻게 보면 자기도 살려고 날 뭐지? 인도해줬네. 저 여자가. 그쵸? L이다.
Oh. Hi there. Well, I'm fit for no say prevent freeing for and so on. And the door, nobody knows what went on in there because the next thing he unfortunately what became of and anyway, I think I thought
과연? 오. 방으로 돌아가라. 이건 과연 어떤 엔딩일까? 그냥 돌아가는 엔딩. 많이 살겠지? 오케이.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
뭐 이거 하면 안 돼?
You that oh, there is no. I see no point in keeping you here.
야 이거 이 선택하면 안 되나? 밑에 고대 유적 발견했다 해야 되나?
That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al!
And
어? 오! 1년 후! 찐엔딩인가봐. 오, 씨. L. 나랑 L 설마 사귀나?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet. And I found... I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. Why don't you head on down there?
나 설마 그려져 있나? 오, 씨. 어?
You're finally here. Remember me?
살아있네?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead
카론이
of ours.
고마웠나봐 나한테.
Anyway, I know we only ever had that one
나한테
conversation,
고마웠나
and
본데?
I wasn't even sure if you'd remember
그
me.
여자애가?
But I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld
환생이네 환생.
and giving us a second chance. I know. I can't believe my luck either.
약혼했대.
But we're planning to get married next. Oh, I used Charon's
농장도 사고
gift to buy a...
저택도.
It's hard work,
아이고.
but I sleep soundly every night. Of course, there's a whole museum.
Wow.
Oh, hello.
You're here. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm just teasing. Actually. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask.
회복도 했대.
Galerius and I are
시골
engaged.
저택도 사고 결혼식 뭐 분리방도 있대.
We're just so thankful. See?
결혼식장에서 만나지. 어. 율리야?
You're... Oh, of course. And of course. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire.
수감됐다고?
And wound up being committed to a psychiatric. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. So after the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... What's that German word? Shock. I couldn't agree.
잘 됐다.
Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claw even in your time life. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met.
청혼했다고?
And last I heard,
아씨
she bought
남자
herself a
만나러
first
갔대.
class. Nigeria?
아이씨.
Well. Huh. Oh, I bet I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying
Liz?
English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft.
Hi there.
Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I have noticed people from your... You too! If you're ever in London, let me know. I hope.
Wow.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blame. If the world knew we died 2,000 years... Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in past... I'm studying to get into medical
의대
school.
가기.
And when it ended, I realized I missed...
의대 잘할 것 같아.
You
Hey.
Oh.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a sec. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. In the words of Epictetus. As those
나 얘는
who
뭐지? 나
remind
얘는 기억이
yourself,
잘 안
your
난다.
precious one. Thanks. Oh. And great. I'm living up. The world's changed up. Still, I have to keep challenging the ones who... He's not my... Oh, he had more trouble. He got himself disqualified from the UFC. Suppose it
아,
appealed to
관절염
people's baser
병사구나.
instincts. But his luck finally ran out. See,
술자리도 있나 봐. 센티야.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with
이제 안
Centius.
울어서 다행이다.
I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, she knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping... But he's been dealt with. He's still there, all alone.
마지막
Last
황금
golden
조각상이
statue in the
됐대.
underworld. Eternal torment.
개꿀이네.
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new... Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa.
개 진짜
You too.
꼴 좋다. 꼴 좋아. 인정? 와 떡밥 다 해수해준다 이 게임은.
Greetings, my friend. I am told I am reacquainting myself with Greece. Perhaps one day.
옷 잘 입네.
I hope you will join me there and you too.
Hello.
야, 빵집 차렸냐?
I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life.
이게 완전 진엔딩인가 본데요?
I'm just so happy to be here. Well, it's not like I have to work. Mostly that means
빵
baking
굽는데.
for my friends and looking at... Thank you.
둘린가? 아니 할아버지네?
And here you are. Oh, and by the way, I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank. Aha! I have to admit, I've been profoundly the sum total of human knowledge available at our... Your contemporaries have come further toward you. Aha!
아이고.
I'm working as a consultant to the faculty of class. Not that I need the money, but... My sincere...
Some soiree,
얘 이
innit?
새끼는 뭐하냐?
Hello at last. You must be the oracle of... Listen, I wanted to express my sincere... Whatever you did in that temple made me...
어때 부자 됐다고?
Such a... I took the money I made from selling my...
주식한다.
In fact, I was...
아, 얘 왜 돈 많이 했는데? 얘 짜증나는데.
Oh, don't... Oh, of course, yeah. Of course.
꼴 좋게 되라. 나이스. 오예.
Good evening.
You're here. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person, but thank you. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own, I just want to spend the rest of my
도우면
life
살고
helping.
싶대. 봉사하면서.
Thank you.
We meet again.
어? 할머니, 오.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. Ah, you remember, I'm already up to the 19th century. Men have called me mad. I'm recovering.
같이
She still
지낸다고?
talks for. And you.
할머니 머리, 어휴. 카바시다. 너 나 보내줬잖아.
Plunder. I must say, I am ashamed of the way. If I had known you would go on to confront her.
내가 해낸다 했지?
I too would like to offer my thanks. For a time, I returned to Alex. Instead, I have decided to follow
세상
the custom
유령한데.
of your youths. And I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the fort. Thank you. For a
아이고.
thank.
We meet again, my friend. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out. You know, looking back, nobody's heard from him, and I sometimes wonder. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living in a beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming food, you natives of the 21st century. You too, if you ever.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
그 인정.
After you drove
둘째
Pluto off,
딸.
Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him. Don't worry. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with her. You can try.
좋아, 포도주 맛있겠다.
Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a... I understand I have you to... The way you just showed up out of the blue. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her, and this extraordinary... So we're living each day to the
내가
fullest,
진짜 몇
sitting
명
together
살린
on
거냐?
our... And I... Thank you. You too.
다 봤나? 많이 봤다. 지인이 많아서. 마지막 한 명, 제 엘인데? 우와.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
누군데?
I think you know her.
설마 그 신 여자? 속삭였던 애?
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and
걔네?
renewal.
진짜로?
And now, a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person. And thank you for freeing all
얘
these
갇혀
people.
있었잖아요.
And me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. I was able to control their tongues. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. I did. I may have given up my immortality after witnessing Pluto punish countless, so I tried to give them a way to buy more. So I whispered to Sentius in secret. I knew the danger of humans being cruel. I
얘도 진짜
required the creator
대단하다.
of the portal to sacrifice their own life.
프로세르피나도 진짜
So that it
대단하네.
could only... What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accused. He quickly discovered that he could. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could... We were all fortunate. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some... She wouldn't say what it was. And you... Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all...
예.
Good. Because they remember
날
you.
기억하고 있다고?
Well done, my friend.
저 사람들이야?
Of all the heroes
내가
who ever
구한
turned to the
사람들?
underworld in return, none came close to achieving what you did.
오씨.
Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
와 진짜 개 찐엔딩이다 이건. 찐엔딩이 저 혼자 있네. 재밌네. 근데 이게 둘이서 탈출하는 엔딩도 있거든요. 근데 나는 찐엔딩 보고 안 좋은 엔딩 보는 거 별로 안 좋을 것 같아. 힘들어서가 절대 아닌 그냥 진짜 완전한 엔딩 봤는데 다른 엔딩 보면은 좀 찝찝하긴 해. 그래서 다른 엔딩은 직접 플레이해 보시거나 다른 사람들 유튜브 가셔서 보시면 되겠습니다. 와우, 재밌구만. 와, 찐엔딩. 근데 구란 이 게임 평가 모든 떡밥 다 회수 그냥. 근데 존나 길게 풀어주긴 함. 아, 별로 안 궁금할 정도로 풀어주긴 해. 내가 오늘 잠을 조금 더 잤더라면 괜찮았을 듯? 근데 지금 거의 게임 6시간 정도 하고 있어서. 근데 제가 4시간 잤어요 오늘. 하필 4시간 자고 지금 방송 아침 6시까지 하니까는 중간 좀 뒷부분을 빨리빨리 넘겼는데 뭐 요약해서 볼 수 있었습니다. 재밌었습니다. 아, 재밌다. 자, 이렇게 아주 재밌는 게임을 더 폴가든 시티 진짜 재밌게 했습니다. 인정? 재밌게 보셨다면 인정? 채팅 쳐주시길 바랍니다. 자, 그러면 오늘의 게임은 여기까지. 어우, 재밌겠네. 아, 근데 진짜 스토리라인 엄청, 근데 이게 대사가 존나 섬세하다. 그냥 해봤을 때 대사가 엄청 섬세해요. 대사랑 캐릭터 설정, 배경, 그게 스토리 라인이 엄청 탄탄해요. 그래픽은 솔직히 좀 옛날 그래픽이긴 하잖아요, 요즘 게임 치고는. 근데 뭐 번역도 잘 됐어. 번역하신 분 진짜 힘들었을 것 같은데요, 이거? 그리고 저는 재밌었던 게 고대 유적이랑 그리스 로마 신화 엄청 좋아하거든요. 근데 그리스 로마 신화 관련된 그런 부분이 나와서 더 재밌게 했어요. 스토리 막 그런 거 집중 엄청 하시는 분들은 더 재밌게 하실 듯요.